Time to do some sketchy shit. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Hope I get away with it. Oh, da doo-dah day.
Good evening, folks, and welcome to Last Man Standing. I'm Dan Hollifield, and stupid o'clock tonight started off a little bit slow, and it gradually picked up speed and picked up speed and picked up speed and ended at a dead run. And it's well worth your while to go back and give that a rewatch if you missed it first time around. We do have fun. Believe me, we do have fun. Okay, tonight Rich is with me and Aunt Donna's with me, and who knows who else might show up during this lovely time of the afternoon.
Don and Michaela are probably sound asleep because they worked hard today.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all. I hope they had a good time. No matter how hard they worked, I hope they had a good time at the convention. So.
Yeah, we were there for a couple of hours.
Oh, yeah. Facebook is telling me I need to get ready to start the show.
Well, that's not
usually they don't send it out until Monday afternoon, though.
Well, if what I heard was true, they will probably both be at Hallowcon. That's how
I certainly hope so.
Well, a lot of it depended on how well this weekend went.
So they damn near hit the targets just on today's sales alone?
They hit the target on today's sale alone.
Holy shit.
That's great. That is absolutely great. And really, they are well deserving of success. I mean, seriously, working so hard. And not to belittle anybody else in the room at the moment or anybody else in the audience at the moment, but Michaela's a damn good writer, and she does not get enough recognition. She really doesn't. It's not my genre, but she writes well enough to where I cared and became invested in her character.
I can't wait for her Rogue series on Vela.
Mm.
Yeah, you think the Warrior series is spicy?
Well, spicy's not my interest in it. Especially the fourth book in the Warrior series. I got really invested in the point of view characters, and I'm going, good lord, there are very few traditional fantasy writers that can do a set of characters this interesting. And as I will
Yeah,
say, she had three other books to practice on, and this was a different direction for her point of view characters. But
uh,
I thought that worked extraordinarily well, and I'm hoping that there will be a spin-off series with those, as well as a continuation of the other main characters in the Warrior series. Hello, Mike Jimmy.
Mike.
Morning, Mike Jimmy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, have to have the coffee
Um.
done. Um,
Oh yeah, really.
I think
It's no
she
it's no
has.
good hopping in before your eyes are open. You don't know what kind of target you're going to hit.
I think she has at least two more Warrior books because each one is based on a character in the group, or two characters rather.
Yes.
And she's had requests for, well, what happened to this person and that person. So she has two, I believe that's happening. Uh, then she's got her Western genre on Vela,
Hmm.
and she got back her rights to Warrior Secret, so she's rewriting that the way she had originally written it before the first publisher
Made her
hacked it.
remove scenes. Yeah. Yeah. And I hate it when that happens. I hate to say that the publisher is usually right, but that publisher was definitely
Not right.
no. Uh, okay, let me be charitable. That publisher did not have a good grasp of what the series was actually
Yeah, I
going
don't
to
think
be.
that was a genre that they were used to.
That would explain it quite well. Yes, indeed.
Hmm.
Um, and having submitted stuff to publishers that did not specialize in the genre I was writing. Um, I had one publisher goes, "Hey, this is not our target audience, but this is really good. I hope you find somebody that will publish it, but we can't because it's not what our readers want." And I'm going, "Well, thanks for the compliment. I'll take that. Really, seriously, that's encouraging."
Hmm.
Um,
I
if
um I knew a romance writer once back in the 90s, 1990s, who had to re-edit her book and take the beard off of her hero because back then they didn't publish book covers with men with facial hair. They said it was too hard to do.
um, very interesting, but stupid.
Hmm.
A friend of mine once had her entire book reworked because the publisher trying to save money. Eek.
Mm.
That that sounds like a disaster in the making right there. Um, I probably in that situation, I probably would have looked for a different publisher. Although publishers are not easy to find. Although there is always the choice of getting an editor and making sure the book is as good as it can be, and then self-publishing. And that is a very valid alternative.
That's
Hello,
how
Mike.
the first anthology is going to go for me.
The first sip of coffee, and here after this one, we're gonna see some ice cold.
Must be some good coffee.
If it doesn't stand up straight, it ain't right coffee.
Oh,
Good morning.
There was one fellow that posted on Facebook today, how do I like my coffee? The answer was, I want it to show up on a drug test.
Exactly. Caffeine? Yes.
I like my coffee like I like my men. I'm not into it, but other people, hey, if they're into it, more power to them.
Yeah, well, once you go black, you never go back. That's why I add my sugar.
I have been drinking black coffee since I was about 9 years old. Otherwise, I'd be taller than Rich and probably be healthier too than
My
I
father
am.
pulled a prank on me when I was 2 or 3. Hey, Richie, want a sip of my RC? I loved RC. I still love RC soda to this day. So I'm like, okay, yeah. Hands it to me. I take a big gulp.
It is not RC.
Scalding black coffee.
Ooh. Yeah.
My
No.
father forgot that he'd been drinking scalding coffee for so long that it didn't hurt him or bother him. But a 2 to 3 year old child
Mm-hmm.
didn't have scalding anything ever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So now the taste of coffee kicks off my gag reflex.
Well,
I can understand
I'm
that.
very sorry for you. I wish your introduction to the magic bean juice had been more pleasurable, because it is one of those things that basically, well, here's my
Deal with it
historical
better than
example.
I could before, but I still can't drink a cup of it.
Here's my example. The Industrial Revolution started in a country that comes to a screeching halt for the afternoon cup of tea, and then they discovered coffee.
And they realized, wait, there's a plant with even more caffeine in it.
Wait, go plant a flag. No flag, no country. It's ours.
Oh man.
No, I had RC Cola for lunch today.
Oh,
We stopped at Busy Corner.
I can remember the advertisements for afternoon break time at work was not complete without a RC Cola and a moon pie. You got to have something that will make the moon pie less dehydrated. I mean, seriously. When I was a child, they were actually moist. Now it's like, you
Now
sure
the
you
moon
didn't
pie
make this
supply has
out?
been sitting around since you were a child, so they dried out.
Really? You sure you didn't make this out of plywood? Not that I'm complaining. It's coated with chocolate, so I'll eat it anyway. And the marshmallows in the middle. But no. And then you have the people that go, oh no, the perfect thing is a Coca-Cola, and you dump a packet of peanuts in there and let them soak for a little bit. And I'm going, that's redneck as all get out.
Stand that.
Ruining Coke and peanuts.
No, that's just redneck. Believe me, you get your caffeine, you get your carbonation, you get your beetle juice, and you get your protein from the peanuts at the same time, and a little bit of salt. I understand that's good if you go through a teleport, but
I'd rather not.
No. I ain't redneck, I'm hick.
Mm.
But we had a
I'm a
sandwich.
pig neck. My mom married into the family.
Yeah. Busy Corners is known for their pies.
Oh,
And I had a peanut butter dream cream pie, which was a layer of chocolate and a layer of peanut butter and about that much whipped cream, so the whole thing was about that tall.
Holy cow.
And Carl had a cookie dough cheesecake,
Ooh.
which was just about as big. And then when they brought them to the table, it cut them down the middle, and we each had half of each one.
that sounds lovely.
Oh, they were
Yeah.
good. Oh, yeah. And I can't wait. Sometime I'm going to go back. I need to try the cinnamon apple pecan.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Doesn't it? I love pecan.
Now there
And-
is. Oh, excuse me. Go right ahead.
Well, they have about 15 different pies. They have the cream pies, the specialty pies, the cheesecake, and then the baked pies. And there's only about 2 on there that I wouldn't try because since Oreo moved out of Illinois, I don't buy Oreo or eat any Oreo product that has Oreo cookies in it.
Now there is a place very near to where Lindsay was living when we first started our long distance telephone romance. And it is very near a town that she raised her 2 youngest children in, and it is called Pie Town, New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And it got its name from one particular restaurant, and that is the entire menu is different kinds of pie, and they
Okay with this.
are awesome. I mean,
I'm very okay with
breathtakingly
this.
awesome. And they're not cheap, but they're worth every penny. I mean, seriously. We went out there to visit with her family that was out in that direction and visit the kids, and started off watching her youngest boy graduate from University of New Mexico, and then went south and west past the VLA, the Very Large Array Radio Telescope facility, that Lindsay actually used to go and sunbathe in one of the radar dishes.
Ew.
I mean, she didn't interrupt the signal at all. Those things are huge.
I was gonna say you're small enough to not bother anything.
Yeah, really.
I'm just thinking of, you could burn real easily, I would think.
Well, she was used to living in New Mexico at that time.
It's true. Still.
Yeah, I actually did a piece of cover art for Aphelion one time with photos of the VLA that I took while we were standing there. I mean, we pulled off the side of the road. There it was. The radar dishes are right there. I started taking pictures. We did not stop long enough to take the tour because I think it was out of the tourist hours. So, but you can go to the facility, but we were out in the little what you call it, little parking lot off the side of the road, lay-by. That's the word. That's a word. That's what they call them over in England. So that's what I'm going to call it now. But it's in New Mexico. It's basically gravel parking lot. Pull over, take a rest break, look around, take photographs of the radio telescopes. I mean, they're big enough to where they're on railroad tracks to move them around. And these things, you they're linked together, and you can form because of the way that radio telescopes work. You can have two or three widely separated by a mile, and you have a radio telescope the square of the distance between all 3 points, basically.
Yeah.
So a 9-mile radio telescope.
Yeah, 9 mile, 16 mile, and then on the square of that you would have, yeah. So
And there are about 20, 25, maybe 30 of the damn things out there. So you can bunch them up. You can have them linked together at pointing in different areas at the same time. It's a nice huge thing, and they are impressively large in person once you get close enough to really appreciate the scale. I mean, this is like trying to look up at the Empire State Building. Only it's a radio telescope, and it's not quite as tall as the Empire State Building, but
it's definitely wider.
it's taller than any building in Athens. I'll tell you that.
Hey, Shelby, where you go? Come on, be a good girl.
But yeah, Pytown is justifiably famous for their pies.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
We had stopped at Busy Corners years ago, back when Carl was running around for IT. We were coming back and we spot this place. He said, "I hear this place is good for pie. Let's stop and have a afternoon snack." And I'm like, okay. We go in and they give him the menu, and he's like, "Oh my God, that's an awful lot to pay for a slice of pie." I'm like, "Well, we don't have to get it." No, I promised you, we'll get it. Well, then they bring the slice of pie, and like I say, it's like, okay, you get enough pie that it's worth $6 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh, and Donna, drop your microphone boom down just a hair.
yeah.
I'm not used to that yet.
Yeah, it works that way. There was one night I started the show. I had the darn thing behind my head, and I couldn't figure out why nobody could hear what I was saying. So I hadn't dropped it down to mouth level. There was another time when I hadn't trimmed my beard, and every time I moved, it was scratching against the microphone, and that annoyed Joe Dog, and for that I don't mind.
I don't care.
I have to make sure to remember that mine is set for this little puppy right here instead of this puppy right here.
Yeah. Well, this one being wireless, I am rapidly falling in love with it. Although being bone conduction, it's not really good for music.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have the bass response. It doesn't have the real good high end response, but it's excellent in mid range, which makes it perfect for talking.
I mean, anything under $200 when it comes to headgear is going to be just focused on mid range. It's going to focus on voices, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I beg to differ. I've had some excellent sets of headphones that cost me like $20, and they were, for the uses I was putting them to, they were better than a full-scale JBL speaker-enabled quadraphonic stereo system at 100 watts per channel.
I mean,
And for headphones, that's good. But I was able to get the entire full bass and mid-range and treble response out of them. And it's true, I did buy them at a stereo store, not the
that
grocery
helps.
store, but they only cost me $20, and I got a good 15, 20 years out of them before they finally decided to, well, the earmuffs were the part that gave out. The speakers were still fine, but you couldn't wear them without the earmuffs anymore. So
Yeah.
Hi, Shelby.
Hey, and Donna.
pretty
Sweet baby.
Sweet kitty baby.
Oh, I'm a happy baby.
Yes, she is. No, she, since 2 weeks now, she's sleeping in the kitchen. I put the door back in, and I gave her a little basket to hang from the central heating, and she doesn't like it. And she will scream bloody murder whenever I close the door on her, because Luz is allergic to cats.
Hmm.
So, in order for Luz to not completely die at night, Shelly has to sleep in
Have
the
to be some
kitchen.
boundaries.
Yeah, there have to be boundaries. But this also means that every single morning, she, when the doors open, she meows at me, going, "Oh my God, you live! I thought it was alone forever."
Yeah.
Melodramatic thing. Yeah, you are.
Melodramatic cats? Never.
Never, I know, never.
Our cats have finally discovered that the sunroom windows are great for watching out for when we come home.
Oh, Lindsay has a photograph of the German Shepherd sitting on the couch, looking out the living room window, waiting on me to come home from work.
Mm-hmm.
Lindsay calls it, "Oh, this is her French lieutenant's woman pose." So
Well,
basically, you see the back of the dog, you see the window, and poor little girl, she's just waiting on me to come home. And the first thing that she does is annoy the crap out of me when I walk through the door.
Of course. Attention.
Well, when we had
Please
the
let me
seven cats,
put my lunch bag down. I need a beer. I was seriously, stop trying to eat my face.
when we had the 7 cats, they would one of them would act as lookout about 5 o'clock because they knew Daddy be coming home after
Yep.
5. They would get fed. And one day, I'm standing in the sunroom and I see out on Vermilion Street a white Toyota Sienna. I'm like, "Oh, Daddy's home!" And they ran, and the others ran into the sunroom and like, "Daddy's home, Daddy's." And we watched it drive on by because evidently somebody down the street had a white Sienna van also. And I swear they turned and looked at me like, "You."
How dare you?
And
You
it wasn't
lied.
2 minutes later that he came home. But
That was
ever
the most-
since that, if I said, "Oh, there's Daddy," even if it was him, because I made sure, to see him instead of wait till he was on Raymond so I could see, yeah, it is him. They never did believe me again.
No.
It wasn't until that van would turn in our drive that they'd go, "Oh yeah, Dad's home." Yeah, you will.
That was the most terrifying 2 minutes of your life, wasn't it? 7 cats going. "Grrr."
Uh,
Fool me once.
Only
yeah.
once.
Yeah, it's really neat when she's out in the dog pen when I get home, because I swear this dog has the longest legs of any German Shepherd I've ever seen. I am afraid that if she ever gets out with her long nose and her brown coloration and her long legs, somebody's going to think she's a deer and shoot her.
Ah.
She is about that size.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, basically, if she stands up, she's taller than me. She can put her front legs on her front paws on my shoulder, and her head rises above mine.
And she's just a puppy.
And she's 10 months old.
Oh
Oh
my.
yeah.
Yeah.
Now, when she gets to be about 2 years old, I pity the fool that tries to break into the house while we're gone, because she will be fierce.
Oh yeah.
You're not mama. You're not daddy. You must be lunch.
Exactly.
We took Calvin in for his yearly December shot, and he's 9 pounds, and he's got a year to grow.
Hmm?
Yeah.
I really think he's going to be even bigger than our Siamese Blue was, and Blue was big enough that people thought he was a dog.
Did Dan just cough himself out of the view? All right. See you in a minute.
That
So,
stuff's too thick to breathe. Good heavens. About time I opened another one. Hmm. Talk about inhaling one.
oh Dan,
Yes, dear.
I found the solution for our sciatica. Have you ever sat in one of those massage chairs at the mall?
Our mall does not have massage chairs, but then again, our mall doesn't have anything anymore.
Well,
It's
neither does
dead.
ours. But up there in Peoria, I'm like, first of all, I was a little bit mean. I texted Michaela right after we parked saying, I don't know, 3 hours drive and my butt already hurts. Will we see you tonight on Stupid O'Clock? So, so they thought that we weren't going, and then we snuck up on them. We were able to come at them from behind, and oh, you're here! I swear, I'll bet everybody in that mall heard Don squeak. But they had their massage chairs there, and I went over like, really, $5.50 for 15 minutes. It takes credit cards. Oh yeah, worth every penny.
Yeah, well, there's that second mortgage thing you're going to have to worry about now.
I
Oh,
told him.
heavens. No, I have run into those massage chairs at the Atlanta Hartsfield Airport.
Hmm.
She's attacking her own tail.
But at the airport,
Favorite toy.
we were too cheap to actually put money in the darn things, so we just kind of sat on them
Hmm.
because we were waiting for a red eye flight to what was the airport? Gatwick in England. So it was a
Yeah.
12-hour flight.
Hmm.
It was 12 hours to get there and 11 hours back because we had a tailwind.
Yeah.
But they had to reroute around a smoke cloud from a volcano in Iceland that was erupting at the time. 2010, 2011, somewhere around in there.
Oh, yeah, remember
Yeah,
that.
and I swear those were hideously uncomfortable chairs to just sit in without the machinery running. But
I can see that.
I
Yeah.
could tell that if the massage part had actually been operative, they probably would have felt really good because they were the I can't describe the way they were designed, but it was basically upholstery over uh
It's
say
iron rollers, like they're
Mm-hmm.
rollers.
well they're like 5 dozen little bitty wheels
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
that would have been turning
Unevenly. Yeah.
yeah very unevenly, but they were well placed to where they would have worked a majority of your
Yeah.
back and upper leg muscles. So yeah, that would have been astounding, I do believe, if I had not been such a cheapskate and not turned them on.
Well, it starts at the bottom and it goes clear up to the top of your head.
Mm,
And it's got the shiatsu where it look like this, and then it's got the pummeling, and it's just where it just pushes up and down, and it would go back and forth between them. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was good. And then they had the pressure cuffs on your legs that would inflate and
Mm.
back do your legs. Oh yeah, so expensive. We need to buy one of these.
yeah, the air compressor alone would be more than your electric bill for a month.
Yeah.
Uh,
So, Mike, Jimmy, you're coming to Hallowcon, you and Luce.
Yes.
How long will your flight be?
Um. Okay, so we haven't actually booked the proper tickets yet because my side job has been killing me.
Yeah.
Um. But yeah, from what I've been seeing, and I'm actually gonna open a incognito for this one. Give me 1 minute. Right window. Uh. AMS to ATL. Yeah. Flights. There we go. So
You will be able to get a direct. You won't have to change planes in London or something.
no, there's why can't I select?
Because they want your money. That's why.
Oh no, there it is. Okay, let me go. October 25 to November 9. Oh wow, they went down again. Sweet.
Good.
Yeah, no, because the first time we looked, we were looking at 2,400 euros total.
That's about normal, actually.
Yeah,
If you can
but
get under that, you're doing good.
oh yeah, no. Right now I'm looking at 823 per person.
whoa.
That's excellent. You
Yeah,
better
exactly.
you better you better book them quick
Yeah, no, because
before
that's the
they go
thing.
back up.
No, between 8 and 6 months, they are the cheapest because that is when they actually start planning.
Hmm.
So, and then the last month before actually flying out. So if you're in those months, generally you're the cheapest. But make sure you always book through private windows or incognito windows because cookies are a thing and they will actually ramp up the prices depending on how often you look.
Oh, yeah.
Tracking you is a thing.
Hmm.
Hmm.
That being said, okay, let me see. There's one stop. Um, okay. I just want to see Wednesday, October 25, and we'd be there at, let me see. Oh, that is a night flight. I don't want to be arriving in the middle of the night. Something jet lag.
Well, yeah, but still, if it's
No, because the rest is 20 euros more.
just 20. Okay.
Yeah, no, there's a couple
Yeah.
other. Oh, wait, I still need to all filters. Yeah, I don't care about that. I need okay, right. 2 adults, premium economy, because something with our legs. There we go. Yeah. Actually, let me put it down to 1 just for now. Yeah, okay. So premium economy is 1,181 euros. Still not too shabby.
No.
Okay. Okay, that is just show 85 more flights for by price. Actually, let me share my screen. Why didn't I do that before? Here we go. So the premium economy is because I am tall. And it's 300 euros more for the round trip per person.
Okay.
So that 300 euros is worth my legs.
Yeah.
But that would have us arrive at 2:15. No, that's the afternoon. My apologies. That is, yeah. Book with United, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, returning flight. Let's see, 2:15, 8:35 a.m. plus 1. Let's see, George Bush International. That's an overnight. Oh, that's fine. 4:20 p.m., 8:35 a.m. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We can sleep. Well, Luz can sleep in the airplane. I can't. But
you'd be surprised.
No, I cannot sleep in things that move.
You'd be surprised. Believe me.
No, I tried for 4 days going to San Diego. I cannot sleep in things that move because I fell asleep in a car that had an exploding engine once.
Ooh.
And since then,
Okay, I can understand that.
That would do it.
Yeah.
So it's a 12, 14-hour flight, something like that.
12 total.
Okay.
So, that's still very much doable.
Once you get to Atlanta, you're still going to have to do 90 minutes driving north. Thankfully, you will be very close to I-75, which is a road you need to be on to get to Dalton.
No, actually, so what we did, so Chris and I agreed that we'd be picked up at the airport, we'd be driven to Dalton, and we'd hire a car there.
That sounds excellent, actually.
Yeah.
It's like, if we've been flying all day, and
you not being able to sleep, yeah.
Yeah, like that's not a smart idea.
No.
So, yeah,
one of the trips we took to from Atlanta to Gatwick in England, in London, was on KLM, Royal Dutch Airlines.
Yeah, KLM.
Yep. And it was administrated by Delta, but it was KLM. That was the best airline I have ever been on. In
We're
spite
proud
of
of
the
our
fact
athlete.
that
Yeah,
a can of beer cost me $4. Uh,
you're in the air. Nobody cares.
hey, and it's England. The steering wheels are on the wrong side of the cars are on the wrong side of the road, and the girl's skirts are too short, so I shouldn't be driving anyway.
No, I got to admit, I didn't. Okay, so I'm going to Glasgow next, no, in April
Hmm.
for a week, and then we're going to uh, Atlanta. And other than that, like my year is just booked. So, um,
Yep, I was hoping that it would not be longer than a 12-hour flight, because even if you were able to sleep,
yeah,
it's still 6 hours of staring at the screen watching the plane make progress across the Atlantic.
I've done it for 11 going to San Diego. I know.
Yeah, it's
And
Yeah, these things called like books.
yeah,
I had this thing called a laptop, and
so funny story about the books. They were in my bedroom, ready to go into my backpack for 3 weeks.
and never made it on the
Yep.
day you left. Hmm. I know how that goes. Yes. Um,
Yep.
Last year when we went to Hallowcon, we had two comfy chairs, folding chairs. Basically the Candace director chair things.
Oh, I love those.
We got all the way to Dalton. We're going up the driveway to the hotel, and I go, I forgot to
Shit.
pack the chairs.
Yep.
Thankfully, I remembered the books. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold anything. But forgot the chairs. Fortunately, I keep my feathers numbered for just such emergency. There is a folding stool that lives in the van. It only gets taken out when I get to a destination where I forgot the chairs. Thankfully, there is the emergency backup system. Yeah, was not quite as comfortable as the folding chairs, but it worked. Um, and I was in an awful lot of pain then, um, and was in worse on the way home, because
Yeah.
that was the time when the nerve damage from the shingles was the absolute worst it's ever been. So I had to drive home for 3 hours from Dalton to north of Athens, and we stopped frequently so I could get out and walk around, because painkillers were not doing anything. It's like throwing bricks in the Grand Canyon. It's futile.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking from the grocery store painkillers, not you know
Yeah.
the the prescribed should be illegal sort that would keep me from driving, because that would have been about the only thing that got rid of the pain. And seriously, there were a couple of times when I got out of the car to try and walk around, and if I hadn't had a cane with me, soon as I
I
stepped out of the car door and put weight on my left foot, I would have been laying on the parking lot.
Yeah.
and
That's
probably
great.
quite content never to get up again. But
Yep.
fortunately, with that particular nerve condition, walking around seems to be the absolute best medicine. So I don't know. Color me confused. I don't know. It's just this is empirical. This is not theory or anything
Well,
else. This is just what works. Uh,
if you go to a chiropractor because you may have something in the wrong direction and they put it straight, the first thing you got to do is walk around because the
Mhm.
fluids that are being built up in there need to be walked out. So
Mhm.
I'm not surprised that walking helped.
and well, basically the pain itself is uh, left hip to left ankle.
Yeah.
So why I forgot the folding chair so I could put my butt in a sling, I don't know, but I did. Um, I just stood up a lot at the convention and kept walking and kept with the liquid analgesics, and everything was fine.
Right up until you had to drive again.
Yeah, I had to do without the liquid analgesics. The pills were
Mhm.
not cutting it. Let me tell you, Aleve, no, no, no. Ibuprofen, no. Not anywhere near the level of performance that I needed.
Yeah.
But this is what I had to do to drive, so we had to get home, and we made it. I was not happy during the drive. I was really not happy when the road disappeared. We're going down one of the roads,
Come here.
and it's supposed to be. I'm supposed to be on this road till I get to this town, and went,
Mhm.
about a third of the way, and the road ran into a dead end. It's a super highway. How can it run into a dead end? Evidently, I missed a turn
Ah,
somewhere. With the GPS going and a paper map, I missed a turn somewhere. I got to go back to my GPS route plotter and fix that.
out.
Hey.
We're so what our plan for Lucy and I is to arrive on Wednesday before the con, get to Dalton, get ourselves settled. We're gonna book the hotel for 2 weeks, so that has been settled as well. We are pretty much ready to go. Just need the plane tickets and pay the hotel once we get there, and then we're gonna use Dalton as our main hub, and from there, just go and explore what we need to.
Sounds like a plan. Yep,
Because
you'll be there. You'll be there Wednesday, so we won't get there until um, afternoon, Thursday afternoon.
Yeah,
which
we
means we
won't.
can
Yeah.
sleep.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. We won't be
No,
there until Friday afternoon.
yep.
um,
That means that Mike, Jimmy, and I can party Thursday night. Ha ha ha.
You mean party safely?
And
Yeah, because
Rich.
we're not leaving the hotel except for breakfast after we've had time to sober
No,
up.
I'm
cheers.
saying you'll be safe because I won't be there.
But Rich
Mm,
should be
that,
arriving Thursday afternoon.
Sweet.
ooh, we're in big trouble now.
Hopefully
Yeah.
with Misty in tow, but probably at least with Crow in tow.
Hey, um, I'm actually looking forward to meeting Crow. I hope that I'm not too weird.
Look at Crow's father. What do you mean?
Okay. I'm seeing something
Seriously,
wrong
no,
here.
no, no. I know, Rich, from here, and it's still a concern. Um,
Well, okay, here's the thing. One of my best friends is my brother-in-law, um, my wife's sister's husband, who's actually the reason why Dusty got brought into the D&D group, my sister-in-law, who brought Misty into the D&D group. So you've got my insanity, you've got Mike's insanity. Dusty's only a little less insane than Mike and I. My son, about same level of crazy as me. My middle child, my daughter, she makes me look normal.
Oh my.
Okay, we're gonna get along real well.
So yeah, it's Crow's just gonna be like, Dad, it's like you, but with like a southern accent.
Well,
Depends on whether or not she likes the southern accent. I don't want to get in trouble here.
You're gonna get the Dutch guy over. Are you getting it weird?
But Crow will be a little reserved at first, but that's just
expect
because
that.
of the way they are. They're shy around new people.
That's normal. That's fine.
But
Well,
honestly,
until they
you
figure
people will
out
feel
we're
like home very quickly.
until they figure out that we're safe, I expect
yeah.
the reserve.
Yeah, no, that's normal. That's
But once they're feeling comfortable enough to cut loose, I
Yeah.
expect some wild stretches of humor from Crow.
They are fairly tweaked like I am.
Okay, I believe I may be able to cope.
Yeah, it's they have a very the weird side of the sense of humor. They're totally in line with the perverse side of the sense of humor. They haven't really developed, but they're 15.
Okay, yeah. Well, it'll happen.
And for a European, that's like, oh, the sweet summer child. How do you not? But
they love Lovecraft. They love Edgar Allan Poe. Edgar Allan Poe is one of their favorite. The complete works of Edgar Allan Poe is one of their favorite works. They love Stephen King. They love twisted, macabre stuff. But honestly, actually, they listen to a lot of Old Gods of Appalachia, so they'll probably like the accent.
Oh dear.
Like I say, we won't get there till Friday. You have to remember, I had to practically beg Carl to stay Friday and Saturday night the first time we went down there. He really only wanted to go down for Friday and come back home Saturday.
really?
Yeah. My husband doesn't like people. He doesn't
fair.
like crowds.
That I can understand, but
He doesn't
Yeah,
like
I don't like people either, but I
socializing.
don't consider you people.
Well,
You're my
You
kind of
just-
folk.
you're just family we haven't met yet. That's all.
Exactly.
by the time we left, he's like, well, next year we'd have to stay for Sunday. Okay. And I'm like, a lot of them's going to be in by Thursday. He's like, no, we'll only go as far as Evansville Thursday and see Peggy. That's his sister down there. Like, okay, but we won't come home till Monday, right? And he says, that's right. Yes. I'm working
Gotta
it
stay
one
for
day at a
Sunday night.
time.
That's a
I'm working it
compromise.
one day
that
at a
is fine.
time.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's a very nice compromise.
Well, basically, in any southern convention, I don't know about any other area, so I can't say any southern convention. You show up on Thursday. You find out where all the function rooms are, where the dealer's room is. You explore the hotel, and with Dalton, it's real simple. It takes 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then you plot out your once you get the convention schedule booklet and you find out where the panels are, and everything else that you want to attend. If you're into going to panels, which for the other conventions, panels are one of the best things about it. And
Oh yeah.
with Hallowcon, I was, because that's the only convention I'm a dealer at.
Hmm.
I wind up missing a lot of stuff because I'm watching the table.
Yeah.
But with Hallowcon, didn't even really notice, because as standoffish and reserved as I am in person, getting out there and being able to unleash my social side, which is what you see here. This is not the way that I am in person if I don't know you.
Well, that's normal.
It was just automatic. If I'm not at the table, I'm outside smoking a cigarette. I may be talking to Megan, the cook. I mean, grill master par excellence, grill mistress par excellence. I should clarify. Or I'm wandering around and just listening for conversations where I might actually know something, or somebody accidentally drops a straight line and I can do a drive by or walk by smart ass remark. And good Lord. Um, Donna, you remember the kid that thought he was hot shit and was trying to engage all of us in a battle of wits?
Oh,
Oh dear.
And I was not cutting them any slack whatsoever. Oh, and I apologized, and they're going, "Hey, look, I'm not picking on you. It's just you keep giving me straight lines."
I'm not picking on you. I'm picking near you.
Really,
You're making it too easy for us. We have
It's really-
experience. You don't.
it's just all these shots across the bow. You're supposed to pull up. Oh Lord, no, there was one time that brought it home that I was overdoing it just a little bit. And Donna and Carl and Michaela and I were all at the same table. And I nodded off. When I woke up, might have been less than 30 minutes, might have been 15 minutes. They were all at another table. It's like, oh, Dan's asleep. Let's leave him alone. And they went off someplace else. I'm going, what the? You abandoned me. Did I snore too loud? Seriously.
So, fun little fact. Luz has a melatonin disorder since that she had since she was small. So between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m., she is fighting the sun. You guys are 6 hours behind, meaning that at 6 p.m. when the sun starts going down, she will finally actually be in normal time. I think after this vacation, she will love America. She will just have dinner, go to bed, and have a normal night.
Where's the fun in that?
I mean, that means that I can go drink and have no problem whatsoever because she will wake up at the same time I do. I'm not seeing any problems here.
We'll see about that.
Well, I don't sleep too well on alcohol, honestly, but I don't drink much anymore.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about her.
Huh?
We may be able to keep her awake in the afternoon.
Oh, that's the thing, because she doesn't have to be awake in the afternoon, because that is normally her morning. Like your afternoon is our afternoon is your morning. You're 6 hours behind.
Yeah, I can see where jet lag is going to be a major factor. But
Well, that's the thing, because we are leaving. If I were going to take the flight that I saw, we'd be leaving at 8:15 in the morning, be 12 hours on our way, and it would be 2:15 in the afternoon. Still a 90-minute drive to.
So by the time they got up there, it'd be perfect time to check in and
check in,
crash.
have her dinner, and crash.
Yep.
So yeah, no, like that's a perfect workout. And honestly, I didn't have a jet lag going to America, but the way back.
Yeah.
Because time going forward is awful.
Yeah, it's usually going east that you've got issues, I believe.
Yeah, because
so it'll be hell going back home.
It is. Because yeah, like if you arrive in the afternoon and you've been flying all day, you leave the previous day maybe at midnight, arrive in the afternoon because it's 6 hours later, and then you still have to go 6 hours.
Yeah.
It is the worst.
Well, I tell you.
Donna, we can't hear you. No, you're completely muted.
Uh-oh. We thought we were talking to Uncle Carl.
Yeah,
or George.
Or Scooby-Doo.
We still don't know where he is.
Nope. Still no sound. Sorry, darling. Look and see whether or not the cat's unplugged the cable.
That is a very good option, actually. I think that is a no. The cat is over there.
Okay.
Well, Dan, we finally get to use these on somebody other than you.
How's that?
Hey.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Hey, okay.
Oh, okay, the button was turned off.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Remote on here got hit.
Yeah, I lean on mine fairly often, so I keep mine wrapped away.
Remember that when you get off the plane, take your shoes off, curl your little toes in carpet. You won't have any jet lag. Just watch out for the flying glass.
And bring it
flying glass and German terrorists.
Yeah, well, I mean, the German terrorists are only a problem in Amsterdam.
Or LA.
Well, at least there won't be any moonshine at Hallowcon. I mean, that stuff was like.
Well, any Joe Dog provided.
Yeah, really. The liquor store downhill of the hotel has plenty of your brand.
Smoky Mountain.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and every time April brings me back, some crowd takes control of it. So.
Well,
to get her the white chocolate covered strawberry, was it?
Yep, white chocolate covered strawberry cream.
Oh,
it's so good. I drank the whole quart jar in one night, and I was flying. Literally, because I flew into the bed.
And then you flew into a door.
Yeah. I'm like, why don't you leave your door open all the way?
Because the wall's in the way.
No. He he has a little plastic drawer set
Oh,
behind the door, so it doesn't open all the way. But he's used to the door being half open.
Hmm.
In my room, when the door is open, it is against a wall. And besides, it's about 5 feet away from my bed, too, not just right there. I still have a lump.
Oh,
Speaking of flying, Donna, you said that you were nodded off during parts of Stupid O'Clock. Did you catch the part about Misty not teleporting, levitating?
I miss that.
Okay. So I had to run down the hall to take care of some biological needs. So I go into the bedroom and I was going to try to act all mad, like, Misty Dawn, I've got some words for you, and then slip into, I love you, honey, you're the love of my life. See, those are words, they were for you. I do that shit to my wife and kid all the time.
How is she still with you?
and yet you're still alive.
Yes. But this time, when I went in there and said, Misty Dawn, she wasn't expecting me. She was getting ready for bed. And she was actually kneeling bedside, praying.
Oh.
She teleported to the level where she and I were eye to eye. Misty is 5'1", I'm 6'4". And again, she was on her knees praying, and she just... Yeah, she's a little pissed. Well, okay, technically she's a little everything. Yeah.
She's a great deal pissed is what she is.
Yeah. But afterwards, she was laughing so hard she couldn't breathe.
Well,
You
otherwise
didn't
I would
do that
recommend
to us.
you just spend the night in a chair, boy.
Well, another thing I tend to do is...
You might want to string bells across the door so that you hear them and wake up when she opens the door with a big knife in her hand.
Apparently, I'm a lot stealthier than I think I am. Because I'll walk into the room and I'll be like, "What you doing?" And it'll startle her to the point where she jumps, and it's like, really? How do you not hear the 6'4", 400 and some odd change man tromping down the hallway? I'm surprised the people downstairs don't hear me trot.
Well, there is a thing that guys that are large carry themselves lightly because gravity doesn't seem to affect them as much for some strange reason, unless they fall downstairs, in which case, gravity works.
Yeah, gravity works, and yeah, I'm trying to put out protection orders against gravity. I will learn how to speak one of these days. It's not like I do it for a living. Surprise,
I feel the
surprise,
same way about
I do.
writing. And
But,
then there is a thing that you actually had no evil intent other than the normal husbandly level of evil that we all have. And I do believe Uncle Carl can fall into that.
The evil side, yes.
The practical joker, sort of husbandly evil. Yep.
I will admit, if I notice that she has not realized I've entered the room, I'll keep walking the same way I was to see if she'll, finally hear me. But if I get up right behind her and she still hasn't heard me, I'll lean in real close and just be like, "Shut down," just a whisper in her ear, and
well, there is a reason why my desk is out in the middle of the room so that I can watch down the hallway. Because when I first moved it in, I had it facing south so I could look out this window and see everything that's going on, except whatever was behind me.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Paranoia is a useful skill at some stages in one's life.
When you have someone like Carl in your life, it's great.
Now, I'll admit Misty does get even with me, not intentionally, because she's just not that kind of a person. So that means I feel really sorry for her that she's married me because, I am that kind of a person. It's I enjoy making her squeal in every capacity I am able to make her squeal.
Ooh.
Not
Oh
the green
my.
room.
Even green room ways. Those are my favorite ways to make her squeal.
Yeah, there is a benefit to being on after 1 o'clock in the morning. So I may have to reconsider rescheduling this earlier after I retire.
Well, nothing I said was
No?
bad in any way.
Nope.
It's stuff that would have been even tame on the oh god, my brain wanted to say the mating game. The newlywed game.
Well, I was thinking family hour, but okay, that works.
Well, the newlywed game used to be on prime time, family hour type thing. So they had to find creative ways to talk
Say
about that kind
things.
of a thing. So I mean it's nothing would have needed to be rephrased in any other way
True.
that they couldn't have said on hell.
Oh, I used to have a roommate long time ago, a little bit after college, but we worked together and it was cheaper for us to share an apartment. He called the dating game the mating game, and hey, 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Yeah.
The 70s was a weird time.
Mm.
Yeah, especially with Rodney Alcala.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
serial killer.
Yeah, he
The Night
made it really
Stalker?
interesting.
Yeah.
I
Even
don't know
worse,
if
Jim
they-
Carrey was on it once, but
I don't know if they ever put the Night Stalker to his name as well, but he ended up being called the dating game killer.
mhm.
And he used to go back and forth between L.A. and New York committing his crimes.
Huh.
Okay, no, the Night Stalker was another serial killer.
Richard Ramirez.
Ramirez.
Well, technically two different serial killers because Golden State Killer at one point in time was also called the Night Stalker as well.
Yeah, they had 2 or 3 that they called the Night Stalker, but Richard actually won the girl, but they didn't go out on the date because when she met him face to face, she's like, he's kind of creepy.
Rodney Alcala was that one, and
She's
she's like, yeah, do I really have to go on the date? No, honey, you don't do anything. You don't have to. And him and all that. After all that, they changed the way that these producers found people.
Instead of dragging people at random in off the street.
I think they had 2 serial killers on there. Yeah, we need to change our vetting.
Yeah, maybe we need a screening of some sort.
Yeah, the story of Richard Ramirez is what finally got me to lock my doors, because almost all of his kills were random. He'd walk down a street and go up to a house, and if the door was unlocked, then he'd go in. And I'm like, I live in the country, but that could happen. Maybe I better start locking my door.
Yeah, it's really weird. I always thought it was strange that my grandmother's house, my dad's mom, not only was the door never locked, it was a lock made in the 1800s and had been painted over so many times it was impossible to lock.
Mm.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
yeah, back
It wasn't until the 80s that we actually replaced that antique lock with a deadbolt.
well, yeah, back when we were kids on the farm. I mean, when you were home, the door was never locked, and anybody could walk in. I mean, neighbors would walk in and, hey, anybody home?
Well, in that neighborhood, except for maybe two people, everybody within 150 yards was family.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised how far you can get with these.
You'd be surprised of how far you can get with just a credit card or a piece of
Hmm.
plastic.
Uh huh.
I
Actually,
actually carry old expired gift cards
Yeah.
just for that kind of situation.
I have broken one fixing my neighbor's door because she locked the door, he left inside, immediately knocked on my door, going, help. Like, I'm not a burglar, but this is not that hard.
uh huh. They actually have installed metal shields over the door locks to the office at work
Yeah.
because standard equipment in the factory were 4-inch long knives,
Hmm.
and you could undo a deadbolt
Not surprised.
with those from the outside. Basically, you had to put the knife blade hard enough into the deadbolt itself to move it a little bit, pull the doorknob so that you could lift the knife and make another incremental step without having it snap back. And after 2 or 3 tries, we had people that could open a locked door quicker than you could just go up and turn a doorknob and open the same door.
The information presented here is solely for informational purposes.
This-
Last Man
No,
Standing does
this
not.
this is a reason why you need good locks, folks, and
Last
not the
Man
kind that
Standing
can be
does not
easily
condone.
manipulated from the outside.
Yes.
Hmm.
And that is another reason why I will recommend to anyone who has a single pane of glass in their front door to have a deadbolt lock that only works with a key from the inside and the outside, not a switch you can
Yeah.
open.
Also,
If
you are best served with doors that do not have any gaps above or below
Oh, yeah.
if you have a lever handle,
mhm,
because there are um, kits that you can buy that you can slide that up under, grab that, pull that down, and be able to open the door.
Hmm.
mhm.
And again, this is for informational purposes only. This is not meant as a tutorial on how to do bad things. This is meant as a tutorial on how to make sure bad things do not happen to you.
Yes, this is presented for your security and increasing same,
Yes.
not decreasing same.
Yeah.
For
Our friend,
a lot of really cool lockpicking stuff and how to prevent it, check out Deviant Ola. Sorry, Don, I didn't mean to walk over you.
no problem. Our front door is a solid wooden door, which is very cool. There's are two windows on each side of it, but the panes are like that thick. It's gonna take a lot to break that. But nobody's going to get in that front door. That wooden door is solid. The back door to the kitchen now has actually the glass was broken and somebody put a plastic pane in it. But nobody's going to get in that one either because the doorknob is, I'll just say it's screwed up. And if you don't know the secret way of how to open that door, you're not getting in. Can't replace the doorknob. Tried to. Doesn't. There's nothing that matches up to the thing in the door frame.
Yeah.
Looked at putting in a new door, and my husband, who is even more cheapskate than Scottish me, goes, I'm not paying that kind of money. And I'm like, whatever. Next time the doorknob comes off, I hope you're around.
When I bought this house,
Oh shit, he watches this later.
when I bought this house for my brother, one of his ex-girlfriends, a big girl, was in the habit of forcing the door open to have a little ramble around and light finger anything that she thought she was entitled to because he had the nerve to break up with her. And he had stainless steel inserts that he installed in the door frame that the deadbolt and the doorknob would both latch into very, very securely. That worked twice. Third time, she busted the door frame. When I bought the place, I'm going, I ain't putting up with this. I replaced the entire frame and door. And because I had, while I was doing this, put some of that spray foam insulation to seal up the cracks all the way around, the door frame that I bought was actually a little bit larger than the foam expanded the 2x4s around the door frame to be. So I basically had to take a sledgehammer and a chunk of wood and gently manhandle the frame into the 2x4s. That sucker, I mean, seriously, that sucker ain't coming loose anytime soon. And I did not put the stainless steel inserts back in because I figure, well, got a bunch of cats, got dogs, got guns. Anybody comes in,
good luck.
Yeah.
You'll know
All I
before they try it.
all I got to do is make sure they don't fall outside in the yard. And the cops told me, hey, drag them in, put a butter knife in their hand. That's all we need.
Pretty much.
We know you, Daddy. You ain't gonna get in trouble. Oh, seriously. Now, I in between dogs, I did worry about my wife, but I do believe if that German Shepherd thinks that Lindsay's in danger, she will eat anything that comes at Lindsay.
Mm-hmm.
Not surprised. German Shepherds are known for it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
I mean-
is Kimber a permanent resident now, or are they
We
still wanting to attempt to reclaim?
we have not heard anything from the original owners since they dropped her off. They made one visit, and it was a flying visit. So Lindsay's going, I'm not giving her up. They're going to have to take us to court to get this dog back.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, you just put some money in getting her fixed and stuff like that. So I mean,
Well,
you
and
know,
it's not only that, she's emotionally attached to both of us now.
well, what I'm saying from a legal standpoint, I mean, it's kind of like squatters' rights. You know, if you get into a place and you pay the taxes for so long, and
Yeah.
then they can't reclaim it on you. You know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, considering they never had any money to start with, and they were living out of hotel rooms and cars, I don't think that they will ever in their lifetime have enough resources to have a place for the dog to go to. And basically, if it came down to a court battle, I got
Yeah.
bucket loads of money for a lawyer. Bucket loads. I remind people at work of that. I mean, seriously, you really think that the company has more money for lawyers than the mafia? I mean, we are union, you know. Usually that's enough to sober up the most arrogant of management, is to go, hey, AFL-CIO MIFIA,
Mickey
don't
Mouse. Oh, wait.
really, don't just negotiate. Don't even go there. We'll work something out that's equitable. Seriously. A lot of these folks do not. They've never seen Rodney Dangerfield in Back to School when he's with Kennison in that history class, or is it economics class? Economics class. Might not even have been Kennison teaching the economics class, because I think it was Kennison doing the history class. But going on,
Kenson was the history class. Sally Kellerman, I want to say, was economics.
Yeah, going on about well, as Rodney Dangerfield says, you're not considering the big picture. There are hidden fees to things. There's payoffs and bribes and whatnot to be able to get your construction company to do this without somebody really powerful taking offense.
Mm-hmm.
You got there's payoffs and kickbacks, and if you want the job done in such and such a time and you're in this particular location, there are hidden fees, shall we say, that you have to pay to be able to accomplish what you want to accomplish in perfect safety. Reality, what a concept. Seriously, life is full of hidden variables. I mean, everybody's life is full of hidden variables. There are things that you would normally consider, and then there are things that most folks don't want to acknowledge, even if they are, shall we say, gently acquainted with the reputation of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It makes life go easier if you actually pay attention to the written and unwritten rules. And I'm not even in the construction business as a contractor or anything. I'm just aware of reality exists. Seriously, there are things I wouldn't attempt without making sure that Guido got his kickback.
Yes.
All right.
Even down here in the South, where somebody named Guido is a real oddity, but the concept still exists.
Look,
Might be,
just because.
might be Joe Bob in this case, but
I'm being chased by Guido, the killer pimp.
And
good luck with that.
cousin Vinny comes to mind.
Oh yeah, cousin Vinny. Yeah, 2 Utes. Oh Lord. It's astounding how cultural differences from place to place can sometimes not be as different as you think.
Hmm.
And then there are things that are wildly different.
Yeah.
I mean, there are stereotypes about the South, um, and this is where I live, so I get exposed to these all the time. If you have a really thick Southern accent, people expect you to be stupid.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Doesn't work that way. You could sound like Gomer Pyle and still be a rocket scientist. Seriously.
Well, if you live this close to Chicago and you have any hint of the non-normal Chicago accent, yeah, a lot of people are like, you're a hick, aren't you?
Mm.
All
Well,
right, yeah, you want to call me a hick? You want to tell me what's wrong with your computer? Because I can tell you what's wrong with your computer.
Yeah.
That degree don't mean dick if you can't do what you need to do for your client to get paid for it.
you've only got a degree in law. I got a degree in computers. I got a black belt in fiberglass. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, I've still got people that actually understand how much work experience I built up in the factory. Going, I don't know what we're going to do without you, and I'm going, well, it's not up to you. I'm sorry, but you're stuck with management, and they don't know what I do anyway. Um,
Mm-hmm.
as long as I turn my paperwork in, all they're interested in is what graphs they can make out of it.
Hmm.
They don't understand exactly what I do or how much I do or what things that aren't part of my job that I do that makes their job so much easier.
What
And
really
quite
chaps their ass is they're like, so, where did you get your degree from? What degree?
Yeah.
hmm
I don't have one.
yeah,
I
I
have
just look at I
experience.
if I heard that one I'd go right here.
Yeah. Like
I
there.
I put I put in 45 years. How long have you been with the company?
Well, I for the younger ones nowadays, I got to look at them and go, I've been building computers since before you were born.
Yeah.
I've been building
Oh,
computers before your papa had a dirty thought.
we've got people that have been hired in now. Actually, I've been working for the company longer than their parents have been alive.
Yeah,
You were talking about the southern guys. Hunter's Ridge is set in Alabama, and Captain BJ. It's a small town police department, and he's got his drawl. But then again, when he's talking with some people, like a certain councilman, that drawl gets a little bit longer and a little bit slower, and
It never hurts to be underestimated.
yeah.
Now, one of the people I am proudest to have known in my lifetime. He has passed on now, but he went in the Navy and was trained in the care and feeding of nuclear reactors. But he talks with a much thicker Southern accent than I could summon up even if I were trying. And he could lay it on as thick as butter on hot cornbread. And he was talking to some folks that, from his accent, they thought he was an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
And then he started talking physics and the practical realities of dealing with nuclear fission and nuclear
Mm-hmm.
reactors and safety and health and everything else. And they're going, hey, this guy's got hidden depths. And he goes, hey, I sound like this because I was born here. Don't mean I'm stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And it don't mean I'm uneducated.
Mm-hmm.
And stupid and uneducated are two different things.
Yeah. Rich, you made the comment about before your dad had a dirty thought. My mom was a firecracker. We were in Kmart one day, and she happened upon some people that she knew, and I'm standing there waiting for an intro, and waiting. Never did get one, and after they left, I said, "Well, you must have known them before I was a twinkle in the old man's eye." And she looked at me very seriously and said, "Honey, you never were a twinkle in your old man's eye." And then we hear this, and turn around, and there's this two little old ladies who overheard.
Toby, come on.
And my mom just cackled. Like, is it any wonder when she was in their home, she asked me where I learned something. I made some kind of comment, and she asked me where I learned to talk like that. And I'm like, you, I learned from the best.
Really? You said your mom was a firecracker, and I'm going, oh God, she went off whenever she wanted to, didn't she?
Oh, yeah. I only ever saw my mom mad once. Um, she had to go to work on a Saturday, and Dad was supposed to take out the trash, and I was supposed to fix supper. Well, I took the truck into town to buy a loaf of bread, and the truck broke down. Back then, on a Saturday, gas stations were all closed.
Mm.
I finally walked to my best friend's house in town, and her boyfriend was there, who happened to be a mechanic, and he walked back and got the part we need, which took up the money for the bread. So I didn't have. As I went home minutes before she was due. No bread for supper. Supper not made. Dad had been asleep on the couch all that time.
Uh-huh.
She walked in the back door, looked at the cold stove, looked at the pile of trash, didn't say a word, and the windows on the second floor trembled. Mm,
Yep.
yeah. She was only like 5'1", 5'2", something like that. And Dad wasn't much taller. I was taller than she was by the time I was 11, 12 years old. It's one of my favorite things to when she did introduce me to people was put my arm around her neck and go, "Yeah, I'm a baby."
Ma was 5'2". One of her favorite things, she worked in a grocery store. One of her favorite things was when I came up to visit her and it was load day, was to introduce me to the drivers that were dropping off the loads for the grocery store. And she'd be like, "Let me introduce you to my baby." So immediately they're looking like knee level on my mom. And then suddenly, they just lock on to me. How the hell? I came out much smaller. I grew.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
Now I've got to say that on my mom's side of the family, I'm pretty much a midget, and I'm 5'11". Her brothers were 6'2", 6'4", 6'6", and one of my uncles was not only a football player, he was a football coach. Big old guy. And gentle as all get out. But if you didn't know him, you never got to see that. You just got to see the persona, not the person.
Depending which side of the family we're looking at. If we're looking at my mom's side of the family, it's my grandma Man. If you're looking at my dad's side of the family, it's my Aunt Augusta. Same woman. But she was 6'2". And then her son Billy was 6'10".
mm-hmm.
Yep, big people.
Yeah.
And these my uncles on my mom's side, well, my mom's entire family. Granddaddy was a coal miner in Kentucky, and he was about 5'6". Granny was about 5'8", and they raised 7 children during the Great Depression in Kentucky, in a company coal mining town. So they knew how to make things stretch, how to make do, how to improvise.
Yeah.
And those were lessons that were passed down through generations. I mean, seriously, on both sides of the family, actually, because my dad's mom was a single mother from the time my dad was about 5. His father passed away, I believe, in an army base in Florida, but I'm not sure. I believe it was yellow fever. But it was back in the day. But in between World War I and the Great Depression or thereabouts, because Granny and Daddy went through the Depression fairly much on their own, and it had moved back to East Tennessee by that time because Granddaddy was gone. And it was not easy, even though Granny was a widow and not a loose woman. So she got more respect because she was a widow.
Yeah.
But still, it was. You go through those two towns, and they're in East Tennessee, where Mom's family moved to after the coal mines, and my dad's family, my dad's mother had moved back to her home area, and even in the 1980s, 1980s and 1990s, there was still clear evidence of the Depression.
Hmm.
There were a lot of places that never recovered. And still to this day are not much different than what they were in the 1920s and 30s.
I'm not surprised.
I mean,
There's a lot of
It
areas
is
that
East Tennessee. That and it is, even though it's right outside of Knoxville, is still, you get up in the hills, you see stuff that hasn't changed since the 1800s.
yeah, there's small towns in Indiana that and the thing is, it's they're not cut off like you can be in the hills and stuff like that. It's just they're a dinky little town,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
like there have been no new buildings since like 1943.
Yeah,
Hmm.
We have a couple of smaller towns in the Netherlands where, you have a couple of farms and just miles and miles of their own land that they accumulated over many years. And yeah, these things have been standing for like 500 years.
yeah. Basically, I mean, we don't have 500 years to claim, but
No, but
yeah,
yeah,
no,
like,
seriously, it's the same principle. We just don't have the extra 200 years, 300 years to claim. Um,
yeah,
and
The
there's stuff around here. I have actually walked on what is now a park, or no, a protected area
hmm,
that pretty much has not changed since the Stone Age. And ancestors of the Native Americans were there,
yeah,
and they built stuff. It looks like a pile of rocks now, but used to be more than just a pile of rocks. And you're going, oh my God!
hmm,
It's like, how did no? You can't do that without a bulldozer. Yeah, you can if you got infinite patience
Hey,
and a lot of
Nita.
yeah.
manpower. Hey, Nita.
Hey,
Um,
good morning, Nita.
You need
I,
it.
w- I like to claim in a small town north of Danville called Rossville. It's my hometown. And if it wasn't for the traffic light in the middle, you'd blink and you'd miss it as you go through.
Hmm.
I can still remember when the bank built a new bank just north of the old one in the late 70s, and everybody was like, but outside of the bank, there had not been a new building in town until the fire that destroyed a whole block of buildings, which is
Oops.
now Casey's, of course. But other than those two new buildings, everything else was built back in the 1910s.
Yep.
There might have been some built in the 20s.
There's a well, there's not as many left as there used to be. Around here, there's stuff that probably was built 1900 to 1930 that's still
Hmm.
standing. Um, when we got here in 1968 or thereabouts, 1969 maybe, there's one town about 10 miles that away. Their bank was a trailer. And I'm not talking a home size trailer. I'm talking about a horse trailer sized trailer. And
Hmm.
we went through there and we went by it time and time again because we would go back and forth to north of Knoxville,
Hmm.
going home to the family and everything, and came back down here. And every time we drove by, I'm going, bank's still here. Wonder why ain't nobody come and hooked up to the trail hitch and stole the bank.
We have
Seriously, that would be all it. I mean, they had like one cop for the entire town, and the bank was a trailer, a horse trailer, basically.
We have
Yeah.
a small town way down south, southern Illinois. That, yeah, their first bank was nothing but a horse trailer, but they took the wheels off of it so it couldn't be towed away.
But this one still had the wheels. I mean, they kept the tires pumped up. I'm going, what are they waiting on? They think there's going to be another depression and they got to drive off with everybody's $1.75? Seriously. Oh, and then here within the past 30 years, they actually got a real brick and mortar bank. And it's sitting there. It's a branch of the same bank I've got my checking account with, my savings account. Everything's fine. They even had a what you call it, the hole in the wall thing. The drive,
ATM.
not drive by, not drive through, but the drive up the automated teller.
Yeah, ATM.
And here, within the last 10 years. Probably within the last 5 years, they closed that branch of the bank. That bank was not making enough money in that town to stay open.
They should stay with the horse trailer.
Really? I don't know if they couldn't make their own mortgage payments being a bank or what, but the big multi-state bank that bought them out pretty much just closed that branch entirely, and I'm going, you're making the folks that live here drive 45 miles to get to the next branch that is open. Hope you kept the computer records.
Northwest of Danville on West 150, out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, not even a regular house. There's a bank that sits on 150. And every time we go by, we're like, okay, it's still there. It's evidently still going. And it's got the name on it. It's like, I've never heard of that. Is that a town name or what? Well, we found out, yeah, it's a town name, and the town is like 10 miles north of the bank on a little 2-lane road. Okay.
Small town life, no matter where it is, is infinitely more interesting
than big city life.
Yeah, or even small city life. But
I don't know. It's pretty interesting here in Danville.
you have these stories of what it used to be like, and it's always back in the day. It doesn't matter what time period the stories are actually from. They get back in the day and going back and back and back and back. And it seems like, some of them, there were Neanderthals involved instead of Homo sapiens. It's that far back in the day. And here, and in this area, it would have been, well, there was this border dispute between the Cherokee and the Choctaw, or the Creek, Cherokee and Creek, because that's the tribes that were most in this area. And I'm going, well, that would make a hell of a lot more sense if white people would just acknowledge that Native Americans exist.
Mm-hmm.
Uh huh. There's a lot of stuff. I call it hidden history. There's a lot of stuff that is actually pre-European contact that's still there,
Mm-hmm.
and not necessarily the people, because Andy Jackson saw that everybody getting exported out Midwest. But I used to think Andy Jackson was a decent guy until I found out about the Trail of Tears and stuff.
Yeah.
Um, that really was an eye opener right there,
With
and
being white.
that was actually taught in school. I didn't have to learn about that from
Mhm.
surviving natives that didn't get that avoided being exported.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, we
but no,
actually.
this was stuff that was actually in the history books, and I'm
Yeah.
going, that's a dirty little bastard there.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Danville was one of the places that one of the trails that of tears came through. We have a monument down in one of our parks to it. And Nita, I can understand the convenience. When I moved from the country where we had 3 channels to watch, and you had to drive 5 miles to town to buy groceries that you had to make yourself, to Danville, where cable TV 24 hours a day and pizza got delivered.
So
Oh my, yes, it was so wonderful.
my girlfriend came from a tiny town, not even a town, it village,
yeah,
and she was back living there, and I was like, "So do you want ordering?" And she'd been living in Amsterdam for a good while as well, so ordering was convenient. Over there, you had a Chinese place selling fries and stuff too, um, a burger joint, and a pizzeria. Actually, the burger joint and the pizzeria were one guy, but you called in 2 different numbers.
that let them know ahead of time what you wanted.
Exactly. So, and she'd be living there for another for 3 months again, and I was like, "So what would you like?" Ordering in, and we go to a website that has everything listed, and she's like, "Oh, right, we're back in a city. We can choose again."
Hmm.
Like,
Uh,
that's not the good one. We need to go to the other one because that one has better pizzas. And it's like, you can choose.
Yeah. Um, Now I spent a large part of my adolescence living out here on the farm, but before that, we were in the city in the next county, and it's a college town, so it's not a tiny city. It's fairly respectable, and in size, it's even more respectable in size now. Although some of the expansions are really disrespectful, but that's neither here nor there. That's a cultural artifact of having survived into my 60s. Um, I when I moved away from the farm after college, was already working at the factory. Lived back in the city again. I thought, hey, everything's nice and close and convenient. It's great. I could even walk to a grocery store as long as I took a backpack to tote my groceries back to the house. I mean, it's only about a mile. And for me, walking a mile was nothing big. Um, but there came a time when I had gone through renting enough apartments or houses or whatever that I happened to be able to afford at the time. And I went, you know, I miss the peace and quiet. So I bought this place for my brother, and it's like 3 miles from the family farm. It's out in the middle of nowhere, but it's still only 15 minutes from being downtown in the city.
Yeah.
My nearest neighbors are the cows across the street. It's nice and quiet out here, except for idiots driving too fast on the curvy road and sometimes flying off the road into my yard. Um, my brother used to have these decorative um, split rail fence posts on either side of the driveway. He got tired of replacing them. I've never been dumb enough to put them back myself because there's always going to be somebody flying off the side of the road
Mm-hmm.
and taking them out. And hell, I've been here looking out the window when I heard tires squeal and watching the car go sideways past my mailbox. And then hearing a crash when they went off the road and down into my neighbor's front yard, which was 20 feet below the road, onto some big rocks. That car never got driven again. Um, I've come home from work after working night shift. There's a Winnebago bus in a ditch 30 feet below the road, right across from my house. Some idiot ran the Winnebago off the road coming around the curve.
Mm-hmm.
The driver of the Winnebago thought 'twas nobler in the mind to go than to actually wind up killing somebody who was driving like an idiot and having a head-on collision. Got to admire the guy's sense of honor,
Yeah.
and he was not severely injured,
Luckily.
luckily. But it still took 3 flatbed wreckers to pull that Winnebago out of the ditch.
That's
I mean,
right.
seriously, it's like trying to. You've
I
seen
can
those.
believe it.
You've seen those suicide roads in South America where you're driving along a sheer cliff face and you've got
Mhm.
a 50-mile drop to the Pacific Ocean on the other side. It
I-
seems like that.
I've been in Ireland on the cliffs of Moher. That's 900 feet down.
Yeah.
And you're on the edge going, well, that's scary.
Mm-hmm.
Now imagine
Yeah.
an idiot coming at you head on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know.
That'll put a spot on the front seat. Um,
That'll wake you up.
yeah,
I'm
really.
sorry.
My mom always told me, always wear clean underwear in case you have an accident. And I'm going, Mama, if I have an accident in traffic, it don't matter if my underwear was clean when I left the house. It's not going to be clean when they pull me out of the wreck.
No.
When they adopted me, my folks lived over on Illinois 49, and this little old lady had a wreck in front of their house, went off the road. So my dad goes out to see if he could help her, and she just rolled down the window a little bit, and he's like, "You won't. The car doesn't look hurt. Get out, and I'll drive it out of the ditch."
Mm-hmm.
And she said, "Oh, honey, you don't want in here. It doesn't smell so good in here."
Yeah, I grasp the principle of the thing, but in all practicality, panic does
Mm-hmm.
affect biology.
Yeah.
There are certain bodily reactions to having a near-death experience that are unavoidable, and even in the best of
Yeah.
circumstances.
Yeah.
We were talking about interesting things in small cities. Um, Dan and Rich will probably remember when Colonel Sanders was very prominent in his Kentucky Fried Chicken commercials.
Definitely.
The white suit.
Hmm.
We had a gentleman here in Danville who could have been his identical twin, and he would get up and he would walk wherever he had to go. Yeah, I don't know what his real name was, but everybody called him Colonel.
I would aspire to you know how people automatically ask your pronouns nowadays.
Yeah.
Hmm.
If somebody's ever silly enough to ask me what my pronouns are, my first choice is going to be captain.
Uh, I would
Hey,
probably say
I
it.
figure I paid my dues. If you can't figure it out on your own,
Look,
I'm allowed to be a smart ass. I'm 65.
this says enough right here.
Well, I,
To
I,
some,
I
no, apparently not.
actually
But
know a guy with a complexion and hair color like yours, and he gets pissed if people call him red. So I'm not assuming anything. Uh,
It could be worse. We had a kid in my graduating class with hair that color. But unfortunately, he also had buck teeth, so instead of red, we all called him Beaver.
ah, yeah.
not the green room. Not the green room. Sorry. I'm incorrigible.
That's
Uh,
why we love you.
Oh dear.
ah. Well, we've gone 2 hours and 12 minutes, folks. Um, it's Sunday. I don't
Mhm.
have to go to work in the morning. We can keep going live, or we can keep going after the end of the show.
Oh, we could tick off Uncle Carl and do a 3 hour live.
Hold on. In that case, let me drop Nina the link. See if she will join.
Yeah. I'd love to have Nita in.
I
Um,
know you do.
hey,
We'll have even more not the green room cards.
oh no, seriously. At this
You have
time of
to.
night, I mean, it's not
Nobody
like I'm
cares.
trying to get monetized doing this show. I'm
Yeah.
just
No.
I'm just here having fun like everybody else, and I well, I've still got a weekly paycheck. I'm not dependent on YouTube to give me money.
I wish.
I will never
Uh,
depend on YouTube to give me money.
Mhm.
Um, Now, Amazon, I'm hoping is going to give me some more money because, people keep buying the books. Um,
Sweet.
well, and it's weird because one of them's out of print, and the only thing that you can buy is the ebook, and I'm no longer getting paid. My publisher's
Really?
out of business, but Amazon's got the ebook, so they keep all the money.
Oh. Oh,
Sounds like the Zon.
you should be able to look into that though.
Do something
Hey, I may be able to pay the bills, but I don't have enough lawyers to compete with the
with
big
the
river.
Zon.
Yeah.
No.
Um,
But like, you should be able to um, specify like, hey, they're out of business. It's on their account. Can we move it over?
well, actually, what I've done is I've got the rights back to that book, and there's Nita. Um,
Hey.
so what I have done
Good morning.
is do a re-edit of that particular book, and the cover has been changed. So and the interior of the book has been re-edited. All the original typos have been corrected and brand new typos inserted just for your reading pleasure. And as soon as my publisher catches up, that'll be reissued. And he has already contracted me to do a sequel.
Sweet.
So that all I got to do, I've got 5 stories, and it takes me about 14 or so to make an entire book. So I'm writing those whenever the ideas come, and he wants a collection of other people's stories in the shared universe as well. And I've been able to get in contact with maybe 5 of the 30 writers in the shared universe series. And
That's good.
it's online, and it's been going since 1997.
How can you keep 30 people together and I gotta fight like herding cats for 3 people over almost every comic book?
Well, that's the point. I can't.
Oh, okay.
It's been going for 26 years now. I can't. Some of the original writers,
Well, I just lost.
I
all
can no
hope in
longer.
humanity.
I no longer have a valid email address to be able to get in touch with them.
Nita?
Like I said, 5, 6 people I'm still in constant contact with. Maybe 1 or 2 more have heard of this project where, hey, they can get paid if they'll just get in contact with me and let me use their stuff. But we can't use it without them being able to sign a contract
Oh,
and
Yeah.
be able to get paid. Because we're not going to use stuff that we can't pay them for.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Believe me.
fair.
Yeah,
yeah, that's fair.
yeah. Otherwise, it's a moot point. Trying to fill up a whole book with just 5 to 7 people. It's possible, but it's going to look weird, considering there were 25 other people that wrote stuff that was influential on their work, as well
Yeah.
as my own. Having a
Yeah.
shared universe is like living in somebody else's pockets.
Yeah.
You're being roommates, basically. That kind of closeness in a literary sense. You see the ideas of the people that wrote stuff before you came up with your story idea,
Yeah.
but their ideas are integral to your story idea. And once you write your story, your ideas are integral to their later stories, and it all meshes together like
Like this.
a tapestry. Yeah.
Beautiful.
I'm so proud of this story.
Like a 5-course meal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like you, as long as you have the base rules set out, it's people having fun in your sandbox. And that is awful.
Okay. Perfect example. Now, you got Nita to do one of the voices for the animation, right? Now, imagine she sent her voice work in and dropped off to the face of the earth, and you were never able to send her a contract to ask for the rights to use her voice.
It sure
For
is.
the
We have a
animation.
verbal agreement right here. It's recorded. There you go.
Yeah, but we don't. Some of this stuff is so far back, there was no verbal agreement
Oh,
possible.
geez.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't have the email, if you don't have the contact to be able to send them a contract to sign, a publisher cannot do anything.
Ah,
Otherwise, it's stealing shit from people, which
Yeah.
I am not going to do.
Nope.
And my publisher is not going to do. Because,
No.
you know,
Yeah.
That is asking for trouble.
definitely.
That reminds me, it's about time to drop another Hunter's Ridge book. Not sure he's gonna be happy with this one. It's a little darker than the other four.
Well, that's a logical progression of the concept.
True. He's
You've
gonna
got to
like,
hit
yeah,
people on the chin before you can have them win again.
yeah.
Otherwise, there's no conflict going on.
Right.
He's not gonna have any trouble with 6, but when he gets to number 7, I creeped myself out writing that one.
Been there.
Uh, that's when I stopped writing Hunter's Ridge for a while, and the Beth and Hill series came about. Um, yeah, it's about a pedophile serial killer, which meant I had to get into his mind because I was having to show how he developed
Right.
into that. And yeah, it's dark, it's creepy as shit. It's gonna be a good one.
That's exactly the reason why I never pursued the idea I had for a set of Jack the Ripper short stories.
Ah.
I did not want a serial
get that-
killer living in my mind long enough for me to write a book.
Yeah, but you know how those voices go. You got to do this. You got to write. Now we do this part. Now have him do this to have this happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it doesn't shut up until it's on paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it's done. It's a great story. I'm not writing about these people anymore. Let's somebody in there come up with something.
Let's write a story about some people having a picnic and fun stuff. Yeah. I gotta go down the hall. I will be right back. I'm sure y'all can entertain everybody while I'm missing. But,
Well, if you share my screen, I can show off the 24-hour comic challenge.
okay.
Before you go. So we have all the pages done since
Nice.
yesterday, and
Jeez,
I did
dude.
cover as well. And Luce has taught herself how to litter, pretty much.
Cool.
So she is doing the whole thing, and I explained a couple of things to her, and she is going to letter the whole thing. And it is adorable. It is so simply designed, though. And to compare, I'll show off the cover afterwards. But yeah. This is just me grabbing a marker and quick and dirty.
Right.
You know, it's legit, super quick, super dirty. This is the last page I did.
It's how we do things, super quick and dirty.
Oh yeah. Now this is the last page I did during the 20 hours that we spent awake. And then this is afterwards, so it took a little more time. Give a little more love. There's going to be names all over these by all kinds of people that supported us. And yeah, you can see me taking a lot more time. Thinner lines, less quick and dirty.
Right.
Still, not spending too much time on it, but yeah. And then I love comparing these. And I did Ancient City. Poor little dude. Little Missy. And these are all names. So for the people who, this isn't actually a name. This is a quick announcement, something. I forgot. But yeah, a lot of these are actually names for people that, support me and, supported the campaign and stuff like that. We're going to keep it black and white. More names. Because, well, we're not adding it to the complete book. And I just literally don't have the time to color this as well.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, it's adorable. And to show you what could have been, here's the cover with the actual detail.
Whoa,
Nice.
Yeah, so this is...
that's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Thank you. I actually have it inked. I haven't scanned it yet. That was something that I'm going to do right after the show, if you can make me big in me. So yeah, this one is going to be for free with every backer, physical and digital.
That's going to be so much fun.
It is adorable. I am so proud of Luce of the story.
I can't wait to read it. I'm seriously excited about if you continue with the animation.
Oh yeah,
to,
no, it's
to be
it's
able
ongoing.
to contribute to the soundtrack. I will do my damnedest to be as good as the little 30-second clip you already commissioned from me.
It's awesome. I absolutely love it.
Hey, I lucked out. It just worked.
Right.
It worked great.
It was awesome. It worked great.
Yeah.
Well, I watched the clip without sound over and over and over and over again, trying to get the timing right. And then I went back and was listening to the music as well as watching the animation at the same time. So I managed to trim a couple of places where went too long on one thing without shifting when the animation actually shifted. And it was only 30 seconds.
Yeah,
I only had to do that once. And I only had to cut out like 8 seconds. And it still blended.
Yeah.
So, it didn't sound like somebody took a chunk out of the middle.
Yeah.
But that's exciting. I actually love that.
It's still an amazing piece. I'm looking forward to you doing a whole soundtrack. Seriously, like.
How many days left on the Kickstarter?
We have 3 days left to go. So around 5 p.m. for me, 11 a.m. Eastern. It should go into hours.
Okay.
So we're on
And
the last stretch.
you've already reached how many stretch goals?
We reached one stretch goal. I have been stuck at 41 backers for a while now. I don't know where to grab more people from, but yeah, last minute. If you still want your exclusive hardcover by this lady's daughter, Jane Lanning, right here, signed, numbered, and containing an original sketch by myself. Go to Kickstarter right now and get yourself the exclusive hardcover.
Kid's a genius.
And now
Yes.
I'm very glad that I didn't end the show 25 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Seriously, if anybody has not been exposed to Mike Jimmy's work, you really need to check it out because he's hot shit.
And you can read it. You can read issues 1 through 4 for free on Tapas.io. So if you're not entirely sure about what this actually is, yeah, check it out there. As for
For the folks that are still watching, go ahead and tell us the concept.
Love Ancora is a series of short stories exploring an alien world in which every single issue follows a new kind of creature and therefore just building the world as we go. I put down a couple of rules and told several writers, good luck, have fun in my sandbox. And so they did. And in every issue, we follow a new kind of creature, build a world, You're always going to have a complete story per issue, and Lava Quarter Volume 1 combines the first 5 issues together with a ton of world building material that I accumulated over the years. So it's looking at over 180 pages. If we reach 5K, we're going to be 220 plus pages, and that spine is going to be 1.5 inches thick.
Yeah.
That would be awesome. So basically, each story is an evolution of everything that has come before,
Yeah.
branching into new territory.
So the 24-hour comic that we did that I just showed off, that takes place on a different continent for the first time. So Lucen was like, okay, this doesn't fit on the continent we've explored so far. Are there more? And I was like, yes, there are. What do you have?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so this is going to be a desert continent that we have not seen before, and I'm looking forward to exploring even further.
Well, actually, I think you would probably get a very good response for voice actors for the animation within the people that we know. If you expressed an interest in having some of them contribute more than they have already contributed, or, well, I mean, still, a lot of us have contributed to the Kickstarter monetarily, but are not further involved with the work. So,
Well,
you know.
that's the thing too. If you are inspired and you want to pitch a story, like if you are inspired by Korra and you're enjoying the world, like I am completely open to just have you drop an idea. Because why not, right? It's a project. The problem is, like, I'm up to issue 12 on scripts, and I'm on nearly finished with issue 6. Like, I have a while to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you do. It's gonna be fun though.
Well,
and then I still have to animate.
Yeah, right.
My point was that I may not be able to contribute a script, but I would be willing to do a voice.
Oh yeah, no.
If you need something that sounds like me.
Yeah. Honestly, just now. Yeah.
Let me know. No problem. I'll figure out a way to get it done. I'll lock the door, and my wife and the dog can just be on the other side of the door, and I've got a microphone.
I mean, with recording for the pilot was actually really easy because StreamYard allows for separate sound bites to be recorded.
And it just started like the week before too.
Yeah, it was
perfect.
Perfect timing.
Perfect.
So yeah, like I got all the voice recordings separately, and I have the video file. And I'm sorry, Nita, but it is so good. It is so funny.
I told you should have wore a shirt.
Yeah, well, that made it more interesting. Oh, that is why Daphne didn't have an icon. Aha!
My trophy wife.
No,
it was fun. And we knocked it out surprisingly fast.
Yeah, that was
with
25
the
minutes.
option to be able to just engage with one another with the separate audio files, it really made it a lot easier. Like we had to do like just a couple retakes. That's it.
Yeah, like I think 3 or 4.
Yeah.
You know, just okay, guys.
And Daphne's scream.
Yeah, we still have to do those screams at some point. That's gonna be fun. Because I need yours and Nick's too. Because at some point, all 3 characters are screaming because you're crashing.
Oh, great.
Oh my God. I'm not sure that I'm ready to hear Nick scream.
It's the best.
It won't last long. He'll be distracted and start talking about something else. He'll be like, what was going on again?
What?
What?
Oh, and this is how you use this sword. Shut up, we're falling.
No, legit though, it's incredible to see it come to life. I wish I was further, but I'm also putting my best into it.
Dude,
So,
you've
like-
been busting ass, working on distribution
If
and
you're not
everything else.
comfortable with taking the time to do your best, it's not going to be as enjoyable
Right.
to the reading or watching audience.
Yeah, like
That's
I'm an
the
animation
thing.
is
You've got to feel good about
Oh,
being
yeah.
able to give it 100%. And
that's the
knowing
thing, too.
you're going to be driven to
Oh,
do 150% rather than just 100.
Well, that's the thing. Like the only thing that I have animation-wise before doing this pilot is the intro.
Right.
So, like, other than that, like, I have no experience animating, so I'm learning a lot from Pedro Ang and John Celestri, and they're incredible.
It's incredible watching you learn. It's been
Yeah.
great. Like it's been a process, and it's picking up momentum as far as viewers, and
Yeah,
like it's been a real
Yeah.
interesting experience.
and
I actually love being having a day off and being able to be that particular day you're doing your animation live, because I'm just going, oh, if I had known this 30 years ago, I'd have more stuff out now than I do now. Oh,
I'm especially happy about that I'm hearing from all sides is a lot of fellow creators going, you know what? Maybe it's not that scary.
Daphne
Yeah.
was just about to take that
that's
step.
a good reaction. That's a
Like,
good reaction.
I'm glad that I'm breaking down that barrier because it's not easy, but it's not scary.
And that can apply to written stories as well, because
yeah.
there are people that have wonderful ideas, but they're deathly afraid of committing themselves to taking the time to actually type it out.
I know. Oh yeah, go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, Rick.
No.
I know. But
I'm feeling cold out here, so I'm like, yeah.
Don't worry. Half the audience and people watching in the future, over half the audience and people watching in the future right now, are gonna feel exactly like you do. Okay.
Well, I mean, I've been scribbling this shit for 44 years now.
Mhm.
But it's, and also part of it is apparently my brain works weird, so I kind of have an excuse, but pretty soon I won't because I'll be getting medicated. But anyways, it's Donna's helping me with edits right now, actually, for me to put out my my anthology of 6 short stories that were podcast from a podcast called Every Photo Tells about 10 years ago or so.
Cool. No,
I'm looking forward to it.
Always telling people, and this comes from a guy that is a lot younger than you folks.
Shut up. Shut up. If this was my
I'm turning 30 this year.
If this was my StreamYard, I'd kick you out right now.
You're turning 30 this year?
I am turning 30 this year. Also,
I
here's
have-
mine.
I remember
have-
30.
I
I
have
have
socks
children
older
older
than
than
you. Not to mention children.
Okay, so here's the thing. Ideas are cheap.
Right.
And the only thing that you're putting into your idea, if you're building a world or you're building your idea or you're building whatever you are, you're just building a debt.
it.
You're indebting yourself to this giant idea. And I'm telling a lot of creators, small, big, new, old, whatever. You know, we all have that magnum opus. Nobody cares because it's not a thing yet.
Right.
Yes.
And when I started comics, I actually got a job making someone's comic, Infinite Guardian, and he had 9 volumes written out of about 8 chapters each, of 32 pages each. And I looked at the entire thing in the entire volume and went, you literally can skip 90% of this and you would have a complete story. Because 90% of this is filler that you squirrel brained on
Yeah.
and filled up nothing. You know, you put a lot of fluff into something that did not, like, you were stuffing a teddy bear and the seams right now are exploding, but the teddy bear looks like shit. So
Yeah, there's a difference between world building and plot.
yes.
And plot can be very skimpy.
Yes.
And the world building is just as important, but it's background.
Exactly.
The characters and their interaction with each other are what moves the story forward.
Exactly.
The world building is just okay. I hit on this in every writing panel that I'm in. Is you have setting, set dressing.
Yeah.
The set is the general story.
Yeah.
The setting is the world that you have built, the stage you have built for the story to be told upon. The set dressing is the background details that make it more real to the reader. You have to balance those 3 elements out in order to tell a good story. They're all equally important, but they're
Right.
not supposed to be one overpowering another. It's like a partnership. They all have to work together
Yeah.
in order to get something that will keep the reader's attention long enough to go more than a couple of pages in and go, okay, this is not what I expected. Well, when you get to the thing that this is not what I expected, you need to have enough stuff in there to go, this is not what I expected, but it's good. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. Like, as much as you can build a world, the main question you should always ask yourself is, does it matter to my story?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And if the answer is no, ignore it. Write it down once and move back to the main thing you're actually working on.
And remember, while you have time for character development, for dialogue and whatnot, that world building in the beginning is crucial, because you can learn to like people, but you have to draw them into that world immediately.
Yep. And what I tell folks is that look, all the world building that you do is important, but the story is more important. And you, as the creator, need to know all the world building, but
Yeah.
your reader doesn't need to have this big info dump to tell them what the world is. You have to learn how to bring up relative elements of each individual thing as the scenes progress with the characters
Yes.
interacting. You need to know it as the writer. The reader doesn't need to know it because it's background information.
Well, look
Basically,
at R.A. Salvatore for the Dark Elf trilogy, man. You are brought into that world immediately. Does he sit there for pages and pages after description? No, not at all. He gives you a brief idea. You are automatically, you're in a dark place. You know it's dank, and when the writers come in the room, immediately you can visualize everything because he's already put you there before the first word is spoken. You're absorbed. And it wasn't continual. He didn't have to go on and get Tolkien-esque where he was describing every fucking blade of grass,
and lo, this happened. Well,
Right.
yeah. Let's
Grun,
not
you're an
get
idiot.
low,
Maybe, but
okay?
I'll be a flying idiot. That's it. And you're in. That's all you need. Just this is what.
Yeah, and every writer has to strike that balance between this is how I visualize the place where the story is taking place, and this is the story. There's a fine line you have to walk there, and you can overdo it one way, you can overdo it the other way. There are stories without enough development for the world to where it's not as comprehensible to the reader.
Right.
The aim is to have everything as comprehensible to the reader as possible without overloading them with excessive baggage.
Yeah. Robert B. Parker.
Excessive bagginses.
Robert B. Parker does some great action in his Spencer and Randall stuff. Why he has to describe every detail of what somebody is wearing is beyond
it
me.
gets excruciating.
Oh, yeah.
And you find yourself skipping so much, and sometimes you'll end up skipping over something important, so you have to go back.
Yeah, in between the description that you really could do without, drops in some important story element that you can't do without, but you got bored with,
and you done brushed over something significant.
Yeah, really, you've skimmed over a page too far to
get
the
people
plot
me for
point.
that, but that's the way I feel about the Wheel of Time series. I just couldn't do it. It was just too fucking much, man. Or I'm sorry, too much.
I find with my stuff, it helps for me to know every detail for 11,000 years of history. But if the story's taking place in 1 week, somebody can, somebody can mention stuff that happened 11,000 years ago if it is important to the plot of that story.
Of what we're about to see, right?
The thing is,
the
characters have to be able to know what happened in the past if it's important, and communicate that to the readers if that's important. If it's not important, it's fluff.
Right.
Yeah.
And sometimes that fact from 10,000 years ago isn't important for the story, but it's important for you to be able to go, oh, hey, this person's this much of a nerd that he's going to bring this up.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And that is character development.
Yes.
It's not important to this story, but it's important 3 stories from now. There is such a thing as foreshadowing.
Yeah, for sure.
So and it's a tightrope that every writer has to walk. How much do you flesh out the world, and how much do you let the actual plot take over? And is your story plot driven or character driven? That changes the dynamic of what you're doing as well.
Oh yeah.
Hey, we should have saved this one for a tidbits and scribbles. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not awake at those.
Oh no. Those are way too early. You're just barely asleep by then.
Probably.
I'll always go back and find them.
I mean, it's 8 p.m. Eastern.
Hmm.
7
Yeah.
p.m. now.
7 p.m.
About.
Yeah, that's 1 p.m. at 1 a.m. at night for me. That's
That's about the time I go to bed.
that's about the time I'm halfway through my sleep cycles.
Yeah, really.
I'm an early
Too
sleeper.
too early for you to wake up if you want to be able to be functional the next day for the day
Right.
job.
Which
Yeah.
reminds me, Rich, Cryptid Crunch tomorrow night, or rather tonight.
Yeah, I saw the thing. So Grimm's Fairy Tales.
Yeah, that'll
Ooh.
be fun.
I definitely
I,
want to tune into that one.
I saw it earlier today. I mean, way earlier today. And I go, there's no way I can get the link to stay valid if I go ahead and open the channel now. So I put it on my watch later list, which
Yeah,
I'm just, thanks to Carl, I know that's a thing. And now I can start using it.
yeah, because it's it's already disappeared off of my YouTube page, and it will not appear until maybe a half hour before the show.
Yeah.
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 Because
Really, YouTube?
And that's if you're lucky, because we've been having problems with some of the shows with
Yeah.
notifications taking up to 30, 45 minutes post start.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
no
I've,
kidding.
I've
Like a
gotten
show be halfway
notifications.
over.
I've gotten notifications to start this show 2 days later.
Yeah.
It's
I
really
mean,
starting
we've
to
already
irritate.
done it, signed off, gone to bed, gone to work the next day.
That reminds
Like,
me, was there no dispatches from outside the box last Tuesday?
No, there wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, they're taking a
Okay.
hiatus right now.
mm,
C's been getting a lot of work, and so the few hours he has that he's able to focus on his comics jobs,
Mm-hmm.
he said that if he's going to do podcasting, it's going to be something that he can work while he goes. So he's
yeah.
talking with Chad about doing something where they can actually be working while they stream instead of trying to maintain a talk show type setting for now. So when
Yeah.
he reaches a calm point, they may decide to bring it back. But for now, it's like, yeah, it's kind of like on a maybe semi-permanent hiatus
Okay.
until further notice.
Well,
Yeah, makes
because
sense.
Michaela moved to Tuesday night due to her day job, we were only able to catch it every other week. So we go in. Last week was that time, and Carl and I are going. Are you? I'm texting back to his office. I'm not seeing dispatches. Are you? No, I'm not seeing any.
Yeah, I was loving it. I was loving the premise and the montages and everything. But the thing is to produce a show like that, it because of the montages, because of the monologuing and everything. Not only did he have to sit there and figure out a way to write a script each week, he had to sit
Mhm.
down and make the videos and
Mhm.
whatnot. So it was really like that 2 hour production every week was taking up 2 days that he needed to be
Yeah.
doing art.
Mhm.
You know, and he
Yep.
hasn't fallen behind, but he has stressed himself out trying to keep up. And it's
Yeah.
like, let's
Yeah.
take a step back and breathe.
Yeah.
And you've
Yeah, I
got to do
completely get
that
that.
occasionally. You
Yeah.
really
Yeah,
do, especially on something that is scripted.
right.
I mean, it's easy to do a freeform show like this with no script whatsoever. We just get together and we shoot shit, and
Yeah.
that's it. But if you've got something that you have to plan, especially a montage where you got to
Right.
put that together
Mm-hmm.
and then fit it in with a scripted thing
Right.
that follows up,
Mhm.
that's a lot of work.
It was, and it was taken away from, his production time to
Mhm.
actually be able to art, which is where his passion is. So, and then the
Well,
amount of jobs we've been getting lately, it's just been like go, 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 go.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yep.
yeah, you got to
Totally.
breathe somewhere.
Yeah. Totally understand, but all the work he put into it was deeply appreciated because they're great shows.
Oh, I'm gonna tell him he said that because he'll be excited to hear it. And like I said, it may come back. It just depends on how things go. I'm not that I don't like this show, but I really appreciate food on the table.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So, and
No, I mean,
the more art he gets done, the easier that is for us. So,
Mhm.
Yeah, really, this is dessert. This is not food on the table.
Yeah.
right,
We're and I'll say the same for Stupid O'Clock. We're, you know, ice cream and macaroons and coffee or whatnot. This is not food on the table. This is not
Mhm.
anything that's
Yeah.
going to make anybody money.
Yeah.
This is brainstorming and the occasional um, writers group sort of going, "Hey, this worked for me. This will work for you," and
Yeah.
our friends have something very similar that we also contribute to that
Right.
is food on the table for them,
Yeah.
but now it's just we're having fun. And
Mhm.
Right.
occasionally we dip into more serious subjects rather than just um, Rick rolls and whatnot.
Well,
But
for me, podcasting and the live streaming, it does in a way link to food being on the table because of what I do outside
Yeah.
of the network. It helps me boost my own social media, which in
Mhm.
yeah,
turn gets me more notice, more jobs, and
Yeah.
whatnot when I'm doing promotions. So that works. But one of the things I do with all the creators that come on the network is one of the first things I say is I do not want you to burn out. Do not
Yeah.
do any more. Like they've got these people out there with this mentality, oh, the show must go on. No, dude, we'll be streaming sometime that week, somewhere, somehow. If you need personal time, you need to take it. If you
hmm
Yeah.
need family time, you need to take it. If you're sick, you don't have to get on the fucking camera. Sorry, you don't have to come on camera, like because burnout gets real and fast, especially for the artist,
Mhm.
Oh
because
yeah.
at,
sometimes
at
it's hard
at
to
3
socialize
a.m. on
while
this
you're
show, I
gone.
think you're allowed to cuss.
I forget when I'm
Yeah.
not in my own house from time to time.
Well, seriously, no. The
I
the
feel
the
you,
the
Jada.
most serious thing that I would say about this show and about Stupid O'Clock, even less so because it's a little earlier, is this is advertising basically.
Yeah.
I mean, as and it's not an advert for everybody's work, but it's a
No.
chance to tell folks who will be watching later if they're not watching live that hey, I exist, this is what I do. If you
Right.
enjoy
Yeah.
the way I talk, if you enjoy the interaction with the other folks in the panel, sorry, convention reference, then maybe you want to check out what I do when I'm not here.
Right.
Mhm.
Because I'm just here to relax, but occasionally I will tell you tidbits about what I'm working on, and you have things to look forward to in the future. Maybe
Yeah.
near, maybe far, doesn't matter. But names get out there,
Mhm.
faces get out there, personalities get out there, and if you like what you see in one of these free-form panel shows like what we do, then maybe you will have an interest in what we do when we're being, God forbid, serious.
Executive
Mhm.
weirdos.
I mean,
Yeah. Well, there's sometimes when I kind of wonder. I don't have imposter syndrome because I'm a really good writer and my stories are interesting.
mm,
But
yeah,
the rest of you are working on projects now that you have to get out. Like Michaela is, still writing books to get out. I'm sitting on Her Kids has 9 stories already written and only 4 put out so far. The Beth and Hill series has either 7 or 8 already written and only 4 put out. And outside of that, I have maybe a couple dozen other stories already written that get put out every once in a while. I don't have to come out with something right now before I can put something out. So maybe just
yeah,
I feel like I'm resting on my laurels a little bit compared to the rest of you?
Not really. You just had a backlog built up
Yeah.
that is just now
Mm.
being released.
Well, the fact of the matter is, I was too lazy to find a quote real publisher.
Right.
Of finding who would publish my genre. You know, writing
Yeah.
through, coming up with the cover letter, waiting till I heard back. Oh, you're rejected. You got to go through it again. Find another.
Mhm.
I'm lazy. I I mean I've yeah.
Yeah,
So
nothing new here. Yeah. Um,
so I
now,
you know I started looking for a publisher when I was like 2021, and like nah, this is too much work. I just write my stories for myself, and whoever wants to have a printout. So yeah, I've got a bunch.
I have long said that what I do, I write the stories that I would love to read,
Hmm.
but nobody else has bothered to write yet. So I have to do it myself. And when I go back and it's a real problem when I'm trying to edit something. I will go back and I will read my stuff and I will try not to get so caught up in the story that I forget I wrote it
Right.
Yep.
and just enjoy the way the words flow.
Hmm. Well, there are times when I'll take one of my friends to the doctor, and I'm looking at yeah, I've got 5,000 books of other people's stuff in my library, but sometimes I'll take along my own book because I haven't read it in a while, and I enjoy reading
I've
my own book.
I've
Good.
I've run into that. Yeah, that's the that's the big thing. I enjoy reading my own stuff, and
Hmm.
Same. Yeah.
it's
Yeah, I
it's
had the
like
shorts on my iPod, and I would listen to it, from time to time as well.
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if if I enjoy it, why shouldn't other people be able to enjoy it as well?
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
why do I get this imposter syndrome that I enjoy it, but no, this is too trivial for somebody
Yeah.
else? And I'm going, wait a minute, dude.
Hell no.
So
You
yeah,
you
that's why
you
I have
like
so many.
this. Why shouldn't somebody else like it as well? Get your
Exactly.
shit together. Seriously. Um and
Carl and I share a Dropbox, and he's
Hmm.
got a folder in there that I've got, and it's all the stories I've written so far. I go in every once in a while, and I'll start at the top of the stories and read them down, maybe change a few things. And at first, when he was editing, he would leave the story he was editing in there, and he had it where he wanted it, but he didn't have it. He left it in that folder. And I'd go back in and I'd go, okay, let's just. And he said, he went, stop that. I'm like, no, if this is the story you're working on, you need to take it out of this folder because
Mhm.
I am going back to this folder at least once a month and going through every story that's in there and rereading them. Sometimes I don't change them. Sometimes I'm just going, oh yeah, I like that. I did good on that one. Then sometimes I go, oh wait a minute, I need to change this word. I need to change that punctuation.
oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I've done that before. Um and there was well, one book that is at my publisher now, I had 7 or 8 other people in the same shared universe series reading over my shoulder every day as I put more stuff in. And they would give me feedback, and I'd go back in and take that into account and either change or not change depending on the importance of what I had previously written had in the larger story that was still ongoing. And by the time I had everything finished, as far as the story goes, I still needed people going through and going, oh, that comma should have been a semicolon. And oh, that run on sentence has to be about 5 other sentences. You need to figure out
Yeah.
where to drop the periods in and put in
Mhm.
the capital letters to keep
Mhm.
it flowing correctly. And oh my God, will you please stop writing in these 32-page sentences? Because
Yeah.
I will run on to no end and then go, okay, question mark. And people read that and go, what the? You're writing on Jules Verne again. Um, seriously, I need, I desperately need an editor. And I express that to people at every convention I go to. Even editors need an editor.
Oh yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Seriously, you need not one set of eyes telling you this is grammatic, this is not, this needs to be changed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
me grammar in bed.
yeah, that's beautiful, but does it really have a point? Does it have any bearing
Hmm.
on this?
Right.
Are you building up to something later that this is necessary, or is this just poetic verbiage that
I
could be cut out with no effort involved,
Yeah.
no
Even
no
edit your
effect?
editor. Like no
Yeah.
joke.
Mhm.
The very first editing job I had on a comic book, the prints came in and I was so stoked. It was like I grabbed it, I opened the book, and it was like I'm not even kidding. The moment I looked at the page, I found an error I missed.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was its contraction when it was supposed to be possessive, and it was like, oh shit. I mean, the second I opened the book, it was the first thing I saw, and I was
Mhm.
like, never again. And I shriveled up real small, and yeah, it. But it was the only mistake in
Yeah.
that book, and so far I haven't been over edited since. But it was like it was it was a nut kick. All
Yeah.
I
excited
I
to
am
Uh,
yay.
actually I am actually old enough to where I remember when the its rule changed.
Right.
At one time, it was not any different if it was a possessive
Yeah.
or a plural. It had to have the apostrophe. And then it became important whether or not it had the apostrophe. And apostrophe. Let's talk about that one some other time. I committed apostrophe all the day, but seriously, um, language rules change over time.
Yeah.
Right.
Tell me about
The
it.
structure and grammar rules evolve, and if you are at this long enough, you might run afoul of the
Oh yeah.
evolution of language structure.
Oh well, sure. I mean, we even stopped. I mean, words that are no longer used. Like the last book I edited, I had to a few times talk to the author, and I'm like, okay, how a lot of these terms you're using are archaic now.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Do you is this really what you're going for? You know, just the evolution of it is insane to know that
Well,
some words are essentially dead to us now,
Yeah.
when
and
we
I
new
went on,
ones
am
are made up every day with these young whippersnappers.
It's the
I
when we
worst.
am
went on,
presently reading at work Robinson Crusoe.
uh,
Talk about archaic construction and vocabulary. I
Hmm.
mean, nowadays, if somebody sent me that, I was going, um, English ain't your first language, is it, boy? Uh, but back in the day,
Yeah.
That was the vocabulary. That was the construction. That was the grammar. Things change
And
over
back in
time.
those days, people knew what a subject and predicate was.
Yeah.
Not Daniel Defoe. He didn't know shit. I'm telling you right now. This is, oh God. And words had meanings they no longer have now.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
That's always a fun one, especially if we've corrupted the word.
Yeah.
Now,
Ooh yeah.
you think we've created problems making verbs out of nouns? So back in the 1800s, there was some stuff going on that I'm just looking at going,
Mm-hmm.
um, not even in Penthouse Forum is that going to fly.
When we went on shutdown and schools went remote, my best friend was like, "You can help me with it with help Wyatt with his English lessons, right?" I said, "Yeah," because having been a tutor for adult English, I knew how to not just correct it, but say, "Go, this isn't right. Can you see what's wrong?"
Right.
Yeah.
And there were a couple of times there was once even I took it to Carl and I said, "I'm stumped. What do you think?" And he's like, "I don't know."
Right.
And we really wondered if we were going to graduate to the third grade. And then this year, did he's had some sick time, and so there's back to remote again, and we're like, I think we might graduate to the fifth grade. Cross your fingers, because there's some things I'm going. Really? That's what the teacher said was correct. Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And this kid is he's a Sheldon. There, uh, the school librarian says he's going to have to be sent to the middle school library because I have no more books for him.
Hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
The books I have are too young for him. He's reading so far ahead, and I'm like, yeah, he still can't read Aunt Donna's books, but
Yeah, but Paradise Lost is something he'd already comprehend and be bored with just like everybody else.
probably
Um,
yeah.
oh yeah, Milton had great ideas, but he could put you to sleep faster than Sominex, I swear. And believe me, I read Paradise Lost and Regained before I actually was in school.
I read it in grade school. Yeah,
Yeah.
not for grade school, but yeah.
Yeah, I was too young for school. I grew up too advanced for for the library. Um, but I blame that on my parents. They didn't try and restrict me to um, see Dick and Jane run with the dog or whatever.
Right.
Run spot run. If I wanted to read the Encyclopedia Britannica, they handed me a copy and said, "Go for it, kid.
Yeah.
Run."
Yeah,
Yeah, that was one thing that my parents never discouraged. However, my school did, and let me tell you how they discouraged me from fucking reading. They were doing the Pizza Hut Book It program where you could get the personal pan pizzas for the books you read with the little, you get the little sticker on the pen or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
My teacher, when I turned in my list to get my stars, would not accept the Stephen King books I had read in third grade.
Oh
Um,
Lord.
when my first book was published back when
They tried to do that to Crow.
in my 30s, it was a book of poetry, and I was asked to talk at a couple of schools, and I did what I thought was a really cool thing. I took 3 songs that were popular at the time and just read them as poems.
Right.
And, to connect them. And during the question and answer, something came up, and I said something about reading Shakespeare when I was the same age as these kids I don't
Yeah.
remember if it's 6th or 7th grade. And the teacher's like, how could you understand Shakespeare at that age? And
Because
I'm
he
like,
Because
wrote.
I'm smart, bitch.
Because I'm outsmarting you right now.
Because he
because
wrote for people, not
Yeah.
teachers.
I understood it as that age would understand it. And and it's just like the same reason I understood Alice in Wonderland. Not with all this other crap that they've come up with, that this stands
Right.
for that and this stands for that. No.
Oh yeah,
Simple
yeah,
No,
story.
because
yeah,
that time we were at the age where we were reading it at face value.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Really. There comes a time when somebody is trying to read extra into things,
Mm.
Hmm.
but seriously, when a writer says the curtains are blue,
The
the
curtains are
curtains
blue.
are blue. It doesn't mean that they're
They're
depressed.
sad. They're not sad. They're not crying little curtains.
It just means the curtains are blue. It's description of the room. It's not mood setting.
Oh my
Hmm.
god.
If we wanted mood setting, we'd listen to the Moody Blues or whatever. I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
If
And
we
I
can
will
watch
admit,
something on PBS, being portrayed, why wouldn't we be able to understand reading the actual text?
Hmm.
Yeah.
and I will admit with pride that I am probably one of the few people of my age who really enjoy an iambic pentameter.
Oh, yeah.
I loved reading the Shakespeare out loud because I love that rhythm.
I had a problem with I did a book report on Moby Dick, and the teacher thought I had not read the book. So she started opening up the book at random and asking me what was going on. She gave up after about the third try when I told her what the next 2 scenes were. And she goes, "What impressed you the most about this?" And I go, the way language has changed since this was written. There are a lot of words that they're using in this context that make perfect sense in that context, but it's really old, and those
Yeah.
same words don't mean the same thing anymore.
Right.
Mhm.
I mean, there was one part where they were going on about how one minor character was queer, and they didn't
Yeah.
mean homosexual. They meant they were
On
Awkward. Different.
Oh,
developmentally
Odd.
yeah.
challenged.
Right.
They were awkward. They were clumsy.
They
They
were
were not
neurodivergent.
exactly, but that didn't exist at the time. Except
Yeah.
I was, and the teacher wasn't. So, or the teacher was worse. I don't know which way it actually went. It was a long time ago. I've read a lot of stuff in my time, but like I said, I started out at about I was reading simple stuff at age 3, and it just kept getting more complex from there. By the time I was age 5, I was reading whatever my parents had laying around,
Hmm.
and it was
Yeah.
it was
Yeah, I read
encyclopedias.
some shit that way.
Mhm.
Oh man, when I was about 5, I was going through Grimm's fairy tales and um, popular mythology and stuff. There was even a collection of mythology from different countries in the school library
Hmm.
that I was reading about fourth grade level. I
Hmm.
mean, that was the grade I was in, not the level I was reading. Believe me, when I was in the fourth grade, they let us in the library for the first time. I checked out an H.G. Wells omnibus and From the Earth to the Moon by Jules Verne,
Mm.
and read them both in less than a week because that's
Mhm.
all I had on the card. I had to turn them back in, so I had to finish them.
Right?
And I mean,
Yeah. Wyatt saw his first bookstore a week ago. They went into Barnes and Noble, and he's like, "Look at all the books.
Right?
How many can I have?"
they've got almost as many
The
as I have
aerial
at
of it.
home.
Look
Yeah.
at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Mm.
Yeah, and I've given April the. Of course, we're premier members of for with Barnes and Noble, so I've given April all that information so she can get the extra discounts and stuff when she buys stuff. And we have a Barnes and Noble credit card, and we get like $10 gift certificates every now and then, and no 25 for the Barnes and Noble gift cards. And we get so many of them. It's like, okay, whose birthday is it this month? Well,
I think the neatest thing about being a child is that nobody has told you that there is some kind of intellectual difference or literary value that makes Tom Swift Jr. and Doc Savage any less valuable than
Mhm.
Shakespeare.
Right.
And you're reading them all and understanding them on the level that you're at. I mean, certainly when you're older, when you've experienced the world for many more years, you get more out of everything.
And then you can
But
fool your college professors. I took a paper I had written on Alice in Wonderland in high school because I didn't feel like doing the assignment in college, and I turned that in instead. I got a freaking B+ out of a high school paper.
yeah,
Yeah.
Reduce,
the,
reuse, recycle.
it's really nice to be able to read the entire range of what people think are uh, not literarily valuable and what they think are literarily valuable as if they were totally equal,
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
and
Okay, so here's the
you
thing
get
about
different things out of each one.
here's the thing about literary valuable books. They're all defined by gray old men in the back of a library
Mm-hmm.
thinking way too
Yeah.
deeply about the text that they're not actually reading.
Right.
Mhm.
Therefore,
That is true.
enjoy what you like to read.
Yeah, really.
And I don't
In
enjoy
my case,
reading
it was
Hemingway.
little old ladies in the back of the library trying to
Same
decide,
deal.
hey,
Yeah.
does this fit with the Bible or not?
Yeah.
Because that's what it comes down to.
One of the handicaps of growing up in the South, does it fit with the Bible or not?
Mm.
It's Ray Bradbury. I don't think it's going to fit with the Bible.
Yeah.
Burn it.
Burn it, hell, burn the teacher.
So
Some
we
Southern
did-
roots just came
yeah.
out. We just we burned it.
I mean,
I was-
seriously, anybody against Ray Bradbury, I'm against right off the bat.
Right.
I was considering for show filler for when I start the show to just have a couple episodes of just me reading random public domain works and stuff like that. Since I'm in the middle of reading Lovecraft right now, I'm like, oh yeah, maybe the rats in the walls. And then I get several pages and I'm like, nope. Name of that cat, I am not doing that.
No.
I know
Nope.
exactly what you're talking about. Yes, indeed. I've read Lovecraft many a time. And
I'm like, I don't remember that name of that cat, but okay, yeah. This is a bad one for me to have chosen first. I'm glad I didn't start that project yet because I'd get halfway through and I'd be like, okay, I gotta scrap all this audio.
yeah, really.
Next.
It'd be much better to start with basically Dunwich Horror than it would be Rats in the Walls.
I'm thinking maybe the music of Eric Zahn. I got to check the dates on that one.
That one is pretty innocuous as far as Lovecraft's
think of for right now.
racism goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, did you guys hear about Roald Dahl's stories being desensitized?
What?
Yeah, like
Really?
yeah. So apparently, um,
Are we getting
The way-
revised versions of his stories?
yep, and
That's
they
Oh, somebody discovered what his life really was.
no. This is within his stories, not even his life.
This.
The witches being vile, vile old ladies is now vile old women, and stuff like that. Where I'm like, why?
Right.
And who's out there fighting? Really? Yeah, there's a few freaking women out there, but I swear, it's sometimes, like, I'm not saying all men. So the first one is that not all men's me is going to get slapped. I swear, it's this like fucking white savior complex. Like they're gonna come in and let's save the women's. We're gonna. I'm not offended by the term lady. I'm not even offended by the term girl. You can call me a bitch. I don't care. It's all about the fucking context and how you used it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, it's like
So
they
petty
want
and so
they
lame.
want to change Mark Twain's books. I'm like,
Oh, I
the
know
vernacular
exactly the
of the time.
I know
Yeah.
exactly the passages. Yes, indeed.
Mhm.
But Ronald Dahl, dude,
Yeah,
that's insanity. Like Twain, I can understand because the terminology in some of his books is awful shit,
Out of
shit that
date.
you don't want to remember from history. But I don't believe in erasing history. But I understand the sensitivity around it. However, ladies is offensive now.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, it all comes down to if you don't want to read that.
That's
You
crazy to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see.
We
And
did have
that goes along with the well, I started to say evolution of language, but it's not. It's evolution of
Here
culture.
we go.
Right.
I found the thing.
Yeah.
So
We did have a creative writing class in high school, and it did poetry and
yeah.
oh
Mrs.
wow,
Twig no longer ugly, and
Oh
Oompa
my
Loompas are
gosh.
gender neutral. That's right.
oh man,
Has
Oh,
hired
Lord.
sensitivity readers to rewrite chunks of the author's text to make sure the books can continue to be enjoyed by all today. They still can. The only thing that, people have to keep in mind is that it is a product of its time. Even more so, if it needs to be desensitized, it means that these people are away from reality. Because reality
Exactly.
isn't sensitive. Reality does not care.
It really
Nobody cares.
reality exists whether you want it to or not.
Let's see. Hundreds of changes were made to the original text. And some
This is
passages,
as dumb as people who flip out over drawn characters being put in precarious freaking situations. Drawn
Yes.
lives don't matter. Written lives don't matter. If the shit is made up, it's made up. It's fictional. If are you upset because a fictional woman was referred to as this is
references to female characters have disappeared. Miss Trenchbull in Matilda, God, I love that book. Once a
Right.
formidable, most formidable female is now a most formidable woman. Why? Yeah, okay, because it says male in there. Bugger off.
Because yeah,
oh man,
Exactly. There.
but here's
Oh
the thing:
God.
woman has man in it.
Yeah.
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 Only when
Especially if
she's
they're both
lucky.
very lucky.
So yeah.
Boy, I'm glad I'm not monetized. Oh, good grief!
Yeah. No.
One of my favorite
If you're going to spend time in my
series
head,
as a
avoid the
child
Green
was
Filing
the
Cabinet.
one of my favorite series as a child was the Tom Swift Jr. books because all of the boy genius stuff that went on.
Right.
But because it was a product of its time, there are occasional lapses into inherent racism in there
Mhm.
that I did
Right.
not notice as a child. As an
Right.
adult, I do notice, and I go, couldn't get away with that today.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it has to be censored today.
No,
Just
doesn't
means,
mean it needs to be censored. However, I do believe that if they do want to do altered versions, still make those the original
There
versions
was
available to us
available.
as adults. Yeah, okay, I get you don't want your child dropping the N-bomb reading a book out loud in class.
mhm,
That's
Yeah.
fine. Let's have adjusted copies for out loud reading for sensitivity for today in today's culture, but do not erase history. That is
yeah,
Don't
where
drop
we
the
fuck
N-word.
up.
Don't
That
drop
is
the
where we go
F-bomb.
wrong.
You
Yeah.
know.
Mm-hmm.
yep. Just because you're uncomfortable hearing it
Right. And it is
doesn't
uncomfortable.
doesn't mean it has to be erased.
No. In fact, I encourage that it be remembered because that is how we progress as a society.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to acknowledge it was a product of its time,
Right.
which is no longer valid because times have changed.
Well, if we
Yeah.
forget where we came from, we repeat our mistakes. So
Yeah,
Well, it's
yeah.
like they're removing all the Confederate statues and stuff. I can understand that.
but
let's not
destroying them,
destroy
no. I
them.
think they
No.
should have been removed into like
A
Yeah.
not
museum or
museums
something.
and whatnot.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Not taken off and destroyed
Right.
because otherwise we'll commit the same mistakes again.
Yeah.
But
But
put it
then again,
someplace where you can explain this was a bad thing, but they didn't know it at the time because they had not made social progress
Right.
at the
Yeah.
time. And these people did not come here voluntarily. They were kidnapped and brought here against their
Right.
will. They did
Mhm.
not choose to immigrate and choose to work on plantations under horrible conditions.
and
Right.
sometimes they were betrayed by their own people.
A lot of times they were
Oh,
betrayed
yeah,
by their
yeah.
own people, but all parties involved were freaking guilty.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
No matter but that history doesn't need to be forgotten.
Oh
Yeah.
no, otherwise it might repeat itself. You
Yes.
can't forget a lesson of history.
No.
You can't ignore that it happened because that will be enabling it to be repeated.
Mhm.
Right.
And nowadays, if that's repeated, it's going to be a whole lot worse than the original.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Nowadays, people want trigger warnings on a bunch of stuff.
Everything.
And I can understand that on one level, but on another level, you don't develop the thick skin to be able to shunt it off when you need to. It's like living in a bubble instead of being out among people. If you live in that bubble, when that bubble finally bursts and you're out among the people, you're going to die of a common cold.
Right.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay, I actually have an example of someone older than I am. This lady lives below me. She is in her 50s, I think even 60s. I am not entirely sure. There are so many wrinkles on her face that I'm not sure if her skin ever saw the sun. That being said, 1.5 months ago, she knocked on my door. And my girlfriend was home at the time. I was away at my side job. And she asked my girlfriend, "Could you take off your slippers?" because you moving around is making a lot of noise. To be fair, they have a hard cover. Okay, I get it. No. And my girlfriend said no as well, because you're moving around. I don't wake up. Well, I wake up in the early morning, fair enough, and there's noises, but it's literally me walking around or the cat playing in the living room. So a couple of weeks later, she knocks on the door again, and this time I open up. And she asks the same question, to which I reply, no, you are hearing living noises. I am just moving around. I'm not, I'm not
Stomping, I'm not flipping. There's no werewolf in the bathroom. It's
No,
all
I'm
Yeah,
literally walking around. I'm
You're
not playing
not
loud
close
music.
dancing.
I'm literally walking around. That's it. You may hear my office chair moving around once in a while too. Still, always between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. Normal times. If I go later, it's in a weekend, and for a very specific reason. And then still, I'm not loud. Last week, she knocked the door again. And was like, I would like to invite you and your girlfriend for a cup of coffee so we can hit a compromise. To which my reply was, no, I am not coming over, because if you ask me, if we comply to your request right now, that is just a slippery slope into me not being able to live here anymore.
right.
And she literally broke down crying. This little old lady broke down crying right in front of me at my front door because she only knew her bubble.
Mm-hmm.
She is
Right.
in that bubble. And I see people my age being in that little bubble, being desensitized to the world to a point where they will collapse and have a tantrum because they literally do not know how to function when they hear the word no.
No. Mhm.
Yes. I
I
understand
mean, no.
completely.
My head says no
Triggered.
when I hear
Triggered.
that. Yeah, this triggers me.
I'm triggered. I'm so triggered.
You know
I
what I would have
empathize.
done in that situation?
Slam the door.
No, I would have went out and bought a pair of the wooden shoes. Clomp,
You know,
clomp,
there is a
clomp,
tourist
clomp,
trap
clomp.
10 miles away from here. Sanseshans. It is the place every international tourist goes to from Amsterdam because they want to see the windmills.
Mm-hmm.
If you want clogs, they got them there.
That's what I'm saying. She's afraid of noise. I'm gonna be
And
an
I'm not saying
earthquake from now
I'm not
on.
saying be Dan. I'm not saying become
No, I'm not.
the
I'm not
instigating
picky.
asshole, but I am gonna say yeah. Like and this may sound insensitive or whatever, but as far as trigger warnings on everything, I believe in having empathy for my fellow human beings and
Yeah.
sympathy when necessary. But your triggers are not my responsibility.
Mhm.
This.
Yeah, really. And I am not going to allow you to force me to live my life your way.
No,
Exactly. You're living in an apartment building.
right?
Yeah,
Right
really.
beside
Yeah.
me, there is a 12-year-old kid that has his playroom with his PlayStation 5 and gigantic television, and
And let me guess, it's right against your headboard.
it is
Five-
right against my headboard. Guess
Five-
fucking what? I
My
don't
channel
give a
sense
fuck.
around, yeah.
That kid
Now-
is playing his games. He's screaming at the screen, and I'm like, yeah, I have been that age too. I would have done exactly the same. Nobody cares. I'll
He's
sleep
just
right
living
through
his,
it.
he's just living his best
Yeah,
life.
really.
He's gotta go.
There are plans for children with my girlfriend and I. I am not feeling sorry for the woman living below me.
Mm-mm.
I actually asked my sister, who has a wonderful 3-year-old and a 6-year-old, to be like, okay, I no longer smoke in this house. I know you don't want me smoking around the kids. I agree on that. But if you ever need a babysitter, just ask and I'll be there.
Come on, we want to try before we buy.
Exactly.
I grew up. I had to learn how to sleep with a freight train, 16 feet over my head and 8 feet behind my bed. When we were visiting my
That was
mom's
a plot
mother.
from an airport.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A
really.
major airport.
You adjust if you're not stupid. I mean, seriously, you don't ask the freight train to put on slippers.
Here's the thing.
So
If you are bothered by this, and I'm gonna sound very stupid, and I'm gonna sound very obvious, and I'm gonna sound very pity, don't. Ignore it. If it bothers you, put in earplugs. Do
There
what
you go.
to make it stop bothering.
turn
you.
up your fucking television. Turn on the radio.
Yeah, no,
Get
absolutely.
Open a
life.
window to lessen the
Yeah.
acoustics inside your own unit. And also, let's not forget, I don't know how it is over there, but here, the freaking lower you live, except for first floor, the rent tends to go down because of the noise of the people living above you.
Yeah, pretty much. No, yeah,
Yeah.
no. Here,
Like
it
first
actually-
first floor is the cheapest because of convenience. Second floor, it starts going up a little bit. Third floor, like we're paying way more than second floor, and so on
Yeah.
and so on.
Yeah,
Because you got further, you got fewer people living above you
Above
making
you,
noise.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
here
maybe
everything is
consider
very well
moving.
isolated. Like, okay, yeah, the walls left and right. I'm sorry, you are going to hear noise. I have never heard my neighbors adjacent to my living room. Never. Like not even once in the 7 years I've been living here. Nearly 8. You hear the kid. He sleeps. He's playing against my headboard. Of course, I'm hearing him. Do
Right.
I care? No. Like he's making the sounds of him actually being alive. If he was quiet for a week, I would be concerned.
What's that smell?
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now,
Now, I used to have a garage band in my living room with about 5 200-watt amplifiers. When
Okay.
my neighbor knocked on the door and said, "I'm sorry, I know you've got it cranked down really, really low, but it's vibrating the paintings off my wall," we go, "Oh, thank you. We'll plug the headphones in and turn the speakers off. Thank you very
Yeah.
much. We'll try and be quiet."
That is a different thing. You ask.
We've
But
Yeah.
you ask
a
something.
lot of kids in our complex.
You're asking something reasonable.
Yeah.
I was literally asked to take off my slippers
In your own home.
in my own home. And my reaction, like, first of all, my jaw dropped. And second
Yeah,
of all, I was
right.
like, oh, so you're going to pay my energy bill.
Hmm.
Because my heater hasn't been on for more than 2 hours a day the entire winter now. Gas prices have been there thanks to things going on in the world.
Yes.
I'm glad I don't have to pay all that.
Hmm.
If she wants me to have a cold floor that I walk on straight, good luck, have fun. But you're paying for it. Or, she puts up her heater and I have a floor heating, which I'm cool with too. I can live with that.
Right.
now, when I go to a bookstore, I do have 4 books now that I have a banner put across that says parental advisory. Mostly needed on the Dragons and Wizards because I don't want kids reading that book.
Right.
But frankly, it's also a ploy because people will say, "Well, why do you
That
have
means there's sex. Ooh.
sexual situations, a sex saying these 2 very explicit sex?"
Yeah.
Oh, I want that one.
Uh-huh.
No, but
Yep.
what I think what Rich is getting at is they want the dog dies trigger warning label. They want the content that there
They
contains
want it
sexual
so,
abuse.
you know,
They want it so specific that you have to list every damn thing. Your trauma, your triggers are not my responsibility.
No.
If especially in the
the
context
father tells
of
his child
whatever.
no, you know.
Right,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
or instances of child neglect and endangerment. I mean, the list goes on and on. I mean,
Now,
it's
I
absurd.
understand, you know, this book contains scenes of sexual assault. Okay.
Yeah.
Survivors of that might want to avoid that. That's fine. You know, scenes of descriptions of graphic murder. Some
Yeah.
people have a weak stomach.
Mhm.
That's fine. You know, but getting down to the, you know, where you need 5 pages of trigger warnings before you
Right.
even get to your front matter.
Yeah.
There's
Like,
a car accident in chapter 2, and the dog dies on book 3, and
No.
oh my
no,
gosh,
no.
I'm going to start a website. Instead of parental advisory, I'm just going to call it triggered. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go read books, and I'm going to break down every sentence and find every possible thing that could be offensive or disturbing in every book I read. And that's what I'm going to do.
look, if I
And
want
I'm going to
things to
make
be
bank.
Yeah.
disturbing or offensive, I'll just go to F list and go through my no list because wow, it is long.
A friend of mine wrote a series of newsletters that he sent out to his coworkers and was kind enough to include me on the mailing list. And I thought they were good enough and funny enough and entertaining enough to include them in my magazine.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
still up.
it was heavy on the satire,
Mm-hmm.
especially when it came to um, current events and social bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
So he was asked by one of the readers, not by me, to provide a parental advisory warning. So what he came up with, and I thought it was the most perfect warning ever, contains language.
Well,
Well,
Yeah.
you know
Yeah,
how
Like,
the
if you don't speak one, don't bitch. Seriously.
One of the bumpers I have prepared is, you know, this episode contains adult language spoken by an adult. If you don't like this, you might not want to listen to this episode.
Hmm. Now
I
I
just put everything.
have
We
had
got
things in the
drugs, sex,
magazine.
violence, mature content, instances of stupidity. We just got it all.
really.
I have had things in the magazine that the writers have said, look, this is okay. There's a rape scene in here, but it's really important to the plot. Should I take it out? And I go, no. I'll put a warning flag on it.
yeah.
There's this thing in here where it's necessary for the plot for someone to die. Should I take that out or
No,
gloss around it? And I go,
No.
no. I'll put an adult warning flag on it. You know what gets read the most in my magazine? Shit, I
Mm-hmm.
Flag
put
stuff.
adult warning flags on.
Yep.
I am
Well,
not speaking to you,
how-
spy from Mr. Bezos.
you know how the Uncle
It's Blue
Carl
Ring, but I'm
Secret
sorry.
Humor Group got started. When Carl was working for the safety IT, he had to send out emails every once in a while explaining how things work. Well, he would send
Or
out
how things didn't work.
no,
Mm-hmm.
his
Oh.
explanations were humorous in Carl's way. And evidently that didn't sit well with some people. So he actually had a list of people who enjoyed the funny ones. So he sent the funny he had his list. He sent the funny ones to them. He sent the straight ones to the people who didn't appreciate it.
Fair enough.
And when he started the secret humor group, he figured that would be the people he worked with would enjoy that. Well,
Right.
he expected the group to be 20, maybe 30 people at most, and there's almost 400 now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
See,
first time I saw it, I remember it was on Steve's phone, and I'm like, "You're in a secret group? I want to be in a secret group." And my
This-
life was forever changed.
the secret bit is
Well, let's hope it was
Really-
improved and not bent and twisted further.
that's
Yeah,
like the
376 members right now.
green room. Wow. Well,
Yeah,
that's like
I
the green
accidentally
room.
invited Misty to the group.
Yeah, I saw that.
So far she hasn't murdered me for it. So she's joined the group. She's actually liked some of the stuff that's come through.
Oh, so she's actually reading. Okay. Now you do realize that being part of the secret humor group gives her access to the green room if she dares.
She sat next to me in the green room a couple times. Remember?
Yeah, that's right. I do remember.
Not for long.
Not for long, no. Cause we
You
do
don't act
we
like
do
the
tend
green room is so rowdy, man. I live stream crap.
Misty is
Green
very
like
shy.
that.
She doesn't like being on camera. That's actually
Right.
why I had to buy these to hang on the door whenever I'm in a show
Mm.
or in the green room. Oh, your camera's on? I don't want to come in.
Oh.
Why?
Yes,
You're
yes.
a beautiful woman.
I put up an on the air light to let Lindsay know the camera was now live, and if she came in, she stood a good chance of being on camera.
Yeah.
What does she do? She decides, oh, that's a good night light for the hallway. Now I can't turn the damn thing off whether the camera's on or not.
Every once in a while, Misty will come by and close my door because she's afraid that the camera angle is going to be able to see enough down the hall where, she'll be on air for a couple of seconds. And
Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, you see, the camera's right on me. The door is way over there. She has come in with a 7-Up can she's crushed and put in the recycling bin for my beer cans. And I didn't even know she was in the room.
Yeah, Luz will immediately know if I'm streaming because my door is right next to my PC. So literally, it's right there. And you look straight into the living room. If I'm streaming, one, she can hear me talk. Two, she'll literally just go look through the little slot going,
Now, let's see.
That is so weird.
That green screen disappeared. It's creepy as shit.
I know, and I haven't even gotten to the door yet. That's just where Lindsay used to have her computer.
like the X.
Oh, yeah.
Over there somewhere on the far left is the door. Where did the axe? Oh yeah, the axe.
Oh, that's Dreamcatcher.
The axe was a wedding present, actually.
Cool.
Yeah, one of my
Was it one of
friends.
Nick?
One of my friends knows us well enough.
Literal closet.
They actually bought us a battle axe as a wedding present. And I'm going, okay, yeah, but you gave me a really neat sword too later on.
Oh yeah, I don't even have to stretch it. My arms are shorter.
That's because you're moving faster than light. Oh, no. Had to
Yeah,
had to
no.
stand this. Have to stand this thing up again. It got small all of a sudden. It's not because it's cold. The heater's on.
No, my roomie moved out, and I immediately took this bedroom as studio, and I am not regretting anything. And no, it is not the green room.
We are coming up on 4
What,
hours.
did I leave something out?
Uncle Carl's going to look at the time limit on this thing going, oh, no, I don't have all day.
Too long, didn't watch.
4 hours,
You watch
Carl,
it,
and
yeah.
he didn't fall asleep.
That's right. And
It's a new record.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. We've had a very long conversation at some point, going well over 4 hours.
I have actually started up a show and didn't matter whether the show was actually over, but the conversations went on for over 6 hours.
Oh my gosh, right?
Yeah.
I have
Especially if Tucker's involved.
I've gotten so stuck. Oh my gosh, isn't that the truth? I've
No,
been so stuck
if
in a
Nick was here, it
conversation
would have
that
been
my
15
ass fell
hours.
asleep. Like I literally had pins and needles on my tailbone. I'm like, how in the hell? Like having to squeeze my own butt cheeks trying to wake that shit up because it was shocking, dude. I gotta pee, but I can't even walk. I'm paralyzed now.
I hope the doorway's narrow enough to get the roller chair through.
That's it. I'm gonna invest in a piss bucket.
I'm coming to join you, Elizabeth. Just give me time.
Oh my god. With my first COVID vaccine, my back gave out. Like my entire body just went, no, everything hurts now. I literally rolled my desk chair from my studio to my bed and back, and to the kitchen to get coffee and back because I could not walk.
Sure, I believe it.
Who needs a hover around when you got a desk chair? I mean, seriously.
When you got a good
shovel
desk
the
chair.
thing forward and it's
Yeah.
fine.
I mean, the only drawback is you're the motor.
Yeah. I never
Seriously,
thought that.
they built Daleks on less than this.
True. That's true. The only problem that I had was that every doorway is like half an inch high. Desk chair wheels do not handle that well.
Thump. Yep, you got to get up a little bit of speed to clear those speed bumps.
I didn't have the energy for that. Really? It's like, I have to pee.
It's a good thing we don't have any stairs inside the house.
Yeah.
Really. I have enough trouble just walking around on a flat floor. Give me stairs, I'm going to fall up them. Don't worry about falling down. That's a given. I'll fall up the damn things, and that takes talent. Right there.
I do that all the time.
I don't believe I was told that one, sister.
Hey, I mean, just you can't deny the truth. I mean,
Nope.
you know, I'm the person who got 2 concussions in 1 year last year.
1 week. Kabong! Why doesn't that door close all the way?
Well, the other one was downstairs in the dining room.
I need to stop shouting. I'm going to wake the dog up.
So let's not do that.
And you got to take it out.
There's a recessed area under the stairs in the dining room. We have no idea what they used it for. Some people have suggested that they cooked there because we think this room used to be a butler's pantry. No, because the staircase is always there. There would be no place for the smoke to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, where the chimney was for the cooking fire. It was on the east end of the house.
Shelby.
I don't know, but it only comes this high to me. We've got shelves back there that we put like the napkins and stuff that we use in the dining room. And you learn to duck and go under.
Yeah.
We've lived here for 20 years now.
Let me guess. The
I
duck
forgot
and go under does not always apply.
I forgot to duck.
Whoops.
Oops.
Was there fireball involved?
No, I was completely fucking sober at the time.
Well, that was your problem.
Well, that was the problem.
There you go.
And you've seen those cartoons where they get hit on the head and stars?
And see stars, yeah.
Mhm.
It happens.
It
I hit
does.
my head so hard that I saw it was black and there were stars going around.
Oh yeah.
Yo.
Ironically, it was the same place where I hit my head on the door a few months later.
Whoops.
But then again, I had 3 concussions before the age of 4. And after admitting that to Carl, he goes, that explains so much.
It does.
That just tells me you were a problem child. Smack.
No. Well, okay. The first time I fell off the stairs going to the basement and landed head first on a concrete floor. The second time, I'm a very literal person. My mother told me to stop jumping on my bed. So I did. And I went into my brother's room and jumped on his bed.
Uh-oh.
Mhm.
Flew off and hit my head so hard on the wall that I had a concussion.
Of course.
Whoops.
The third time, my darling cousin, who was my mom's age, her son and I are the exact same age, made a comment that in the kitchen, if you pulled out those doors, they would make a nice steps up to the countertop.
Mhm.
So what does Donna do?
Uh-oh.
And is running. I guess I was running back and forth on the countertop, fell off,
Ooh.
hit my head, fell back so that my head was underneath my body. My mother thought I'd broken my neck.
Oh,
Mhm.
geez.
No, just another concussion. Have I mentioned I'm kind of clumsy?
Yeah. See, that's too much detail, Donna, because the readers already figured that part out.
There was
I
one
did-
time when my dad and I were in the barn shoveling soybeans, or it might have been corn, into the dump truck to take it to market. And he had the cast iron shovel, big scoop, and I had the aluminum one because I was smaller.
Mhm.
And we had got into this rhythm where, both of us working right there in the same confined space. Everything is flowing smoothly, and I got out of the rhythm.
Yeah.
And whacked.
I wound up in the emergency room with a gash across my forehead.
Mhm.
And thankfully, this was in the 70s, so my parents didn't get arrested. The doctor said, "What happened?" And my mom said, "Well, his daddy caught him snipping the flowers." And basically what it was is Daddy had the heavy shovel because Daddy was much stronger than me, and I had the lightweight shovel because I was a teenager And I got out of the rhythm that we had developed, and he did not expect me to pretty much get my head in the way of the damn shovel that
Yep.
he was throwing soybeans into the dump truck. And turns out I needed 3 stitches.
Mm.
Mm.
Not too bad.
No.
The
Um,
doctor complained that he could not get a needle through the skin of my forehead because my head was too hard. And Mom goes, "Yep, that's my boy."
My parents were trying to unhitch a disc one time, and it had frozen. So, I mean, how else do you unfreeze a hitch? You hit it with a hammer.
Hmm.
So my
Mhm.
mom was holding the the I don't know if she was the ditch or the disc or the tractor, but she was trying to hold it still while Dad was hammering it, and he came back like this and
Clawed her.
right in the head.
Oh, shit.
Mhm.
So he took her to the ER, and the nurse at the ER happened to be one of his old girlfriends. And she's like, "What happened?" "Well, John hit me in the head with a hammer." "On
Again?
purpose?"
Mm.
Mom said she was probably thinking right then, was a good thing I broke up with him.
Oh.
I am less clumsy than my dad. I'm happy to say so. That being said, having a hard head is in the family. We were okay, so we are both pavers. Like he actually gives the classes
Get
to
out of
become a
there.
certified paver. We're gardening together. We're putting down poles, and you got a big cast iron tube with handles, and you just slam it down.
I
I
got one
don't
of
know
those
the
in the
English word.
barn, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the English word, but he's in the rhythm, getting the thing down, and I'm just holding the pole, straight. And he goes too far.
Oh, and
Oh,
misses the
no.
pole.
He doesn't miss the pole, actually. He hits it right on the side of the tube, boonk, on his own head, and falls over. And I'm like,
Well, then.
and it was my uncle and I helping that day. My uncle is he has a bad he goes nauseous to seeing blood, and my dad was poor. I'm the
Yeah,
only guy in my
doing
family
that.
with hair. Okay, so like it's clearly just pouring down. It's not that big a wound. It's just pouring down because it's a head wound.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm
Someone
laughing my ass
in the
off.
face and head, yeah.
Just absolutely standing there going, "You bloody idiot!" My dad,
Literally.
my dad is just
Seriously.
groaning, and my
Isn't getting
uncle
trouble time.
starts to waddle to a wheelbarrow to sit down. And it's like, yeah, no, this is the perfect dynamic of this family right here.
Now, to clarify my story about the doctor complaining about the needle not being able to pierce the skin of my forehead, he goes, "We practice on golf balls. I can't get the serious. This boy is hard headed beyond belief, And my mother's just standing there going. After she told the story, trying to get a laugh out of the nurse about me getting hit in the head because I was not paying attention and off smelling the roses. It's like the doctor's going, "I don't know what you're made of, kid, but this is supposed to go through a quarter inch of plastic,
Right?
Hard plastic at that, with no effort. And I'm working at this, and hey, I'm sorry, 3 stitches is all you're getting. I can't do it anymore. I'm tired. And I'm just looking up at him and go, I'm glad you had a topical anesthetic you could spray on, because I'm sure that was going to hurt if you hadn't, but probably not as hurt as much as getting hit in the head with a 12-pound shovel.
Bonk.
So I've fallen off horses. I've fallen out of haylofts, out of trees. I quit. I quit climbing trees when I was 17. 2 weeks before high school graduation, and I fall out of a tree.
Oh shit.
And mom took me to the ED, and the doctor was this gorgeous, sandy-haired guy with the most beautiful green eyes I'd ever seen. And I had to admit that at 17, I'd fallen out of a tree. And I think that was one of the few times in my life I was ever embarrassed.
That's a turn on. What are you kidding? That just means you're full of life and adventurous.
Exactly.
He was
You're not
very
afraid to do
nice about
anything.
it.
So I make a joke about my sister was dropped on my head as a child. I wasn't dropped on my head as a child. The thing is, it's not a joke. It actually happened. My parents were building the house that my dad lived in till the day he passed away. I was very little, so I wasn't allowed to be upstairs when there were no railings up. So I had to play where mom and dad could just look over the edge. Richie's still alive, and go back to doing what they're doing.
Right.
So my sisters are 4 and 9 years older than I am, so they're allowed to be upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
My middle sister, Brenda, did something to piss off my eldest sister. My eldest sister nudged her with her elbow, not realizing how close to the edge she was.
Mm-hmm.
I wake up to my mother shaking me, screaming, "God damn it, Brenda, if you killed him!"
Oh my gosh.
Oh no. A couple years later, my sister, I love her to death. Sometimes I'm willing to strangle her to prove it. But I'm on the upper deck on the other side of the railing with my blanket wrapped around my neck, with the safety pin, being super Richie, hanging onto the railing, hanging out over like I can fly.
Mm-hmm.
Brenda walks by because her bedroom, Sheila and Brenda's bedrooms actually emptied out or exited out onto the deck. So Brenda comes out, walks by. Let's see if you can really fly. Palm of her hand right between my shoulder blades. What? She didn't realize that mom had just got home from work. She didn't hear the garage door open or close. So my mom would always come out and look out from the back, from the living room area, and just look out over the lake. And all of a sudden, she just sees me plummet like a rock. And without missing a beat, Brenda! Brenda had gotten 2 steps away from me when my mom yelled. Because my mom knew exactly who did it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Now, I've got to admit that previous story robbed me of a perfect opportunity for a comeback that, were I to perpetrate it at that age, would probably lead to my imminent demise. But thankfully, after that, my parents never uttered a line about gonna have to beat some sense into you, boy. And I would have immediately said, well, you tried that already and it didn't work.
I'm sorry, you're too late.
Hey, it's one of those things where you've got the perfect comeback line, but nobody gives you the setup for the joke. It's just one of those missed opportunities. It's like there's a French word for thinking of the appropriate remark long after the opportunity has passed. And I cannot remember what the phrase is, but it's something about something you think of on the staircase on the way out. But it was one of those circumstances where I had the perfect comeback line that probably would have led to my early death if I had pulled it on my parents.
Just a bit.
Just a little bit,
Just a bit.
but it would have been perfect. But no, nobody ever gave me the chance to be that much of a smartass when I was that young. I'm making up for it now.
No comment.
That's driving me crazy.
What?
What is it that you're thinking of? Oh, La Spirit de la Escaler.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was like, why is this killing me? Why can't? Yeah, that's it. All right.
That's exactly the term.
Okay.
Yeah. And it basically means I finally came up with a comeback
It's like,
line, but
if I
as
don't
I
remember
was
this, my
on
granny's
the
gonna kill me.
staircase on the way out, the moment has long passed, but this would have been the perfect thing to have said if I'd just been smart enough to say it then.
Yeah.
It's amazing that French has words for situations like that, whereas
You want to
English,
talk about more fascinating words for everything? Japanese.
oh yeah, yeah,
Oh my gosh, just like watching Jaden immerse herself with like knowledge of Japanese culture and the stuff I'm picking up on, just watching her learn and absorb because that's her interest, the manga art. And it's
Oh.
just it's fascinating the things they have words for.
Yeah, Lindsay's oldest girl is learning Japanese because she's into some of the anime that hasn't been. Well, some of it has been dubbed, but she thinks it's purer if she learns it in Japanese so that she can understand the original undubbed version. And yes, because it's dubbed, there are language differences and probably
a lot of
censorship
emotional
issues.
difference.
Yeah.
A lot of emotional, like inflection of tone and stuff is altered. So it's like I'd rather watch subtitled than dubbed.
Yes.
Now there are things that basically Western anime concepts have been turned over to Japanese animators.
Yeah.
But they put their own cultural spin on it.
Right.
And the scripts are like, my God, everybody dies. What is wrong with this story? There's not a happy ending, which is a purely Western concept. In Japanese, most of the time you don't have a happy ending because honor, family, and other things. I mean, I swear, if Shakespeare had been Japanese, Romeo and Juliet would have died after killing their entire family or something.
Yep.
Or causing a revolution.
And the Japanese
killed their entire family.
They don't feel the need to write redemption stories for the villains.
Yeah,
why can't we just occasionally there is a redemption story, and it's usually a good long story in the background lurking, and there's some way they redeem themselves or whatever. But there's sometimes
3 generations later. Yeah, it's just if it had been if Shakespeare had been Japanese, hang on, I'm trying to remember a word. Yorick would have been the only one that survived. And he'd have been pissed about it because all of his friends died and he was dishonored. Instead of, alas, poor Yorick, I knew him, Horatio, a man of intimate jest, it would have been, damn, everybody died and now I got to go to the prom by myself?
Or just fall on my own sword.
Yeah, really. That would be more appropriate for that that cultural reference. Yeah.
Yeah. No, like what a lot of people forget is that in Japan, death isn't a bad thing.
Right.
If you care about these characters enough that their death means something to you, that means that the writer did a good job.
Right? You're invested in that character.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Like,
And
can't stand cannon fodder. That's what made the first few seasons of The Walking Dead so freaking great. And then after that, it pretty much just became predictable nonsense.
like,
But yeah, like, and I'm only talking about the TV series because the comics were better for a little bit longer than the television series.
I wouldn't know, but like, no character is sacred, and no character should be sacred.
Nope.
And if there's a redemption arc for the villain, it's usually right from the start that the villain wasn't actually a bad guy; he was completely misunderstood by the main character. Like the main character generally is an asshole too.
Or a worse villain than the villain is, he just happened to be a good guy.
Yeah.
Perfect example, Death Note.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. I'm gonna murder people by writing their name down. And that makes you morally superior. That makes you morally superior. How?
Exactly.
It's not like you're hunting serial killers like Dexter.
But Death Note ended on a great note. It was a great freaking series, and never did they try to redeem Light. Never did, it just it was what it was, and that's what made it so awesome. But in westernized culture, we always feel like we have to have this redemption story. Always. It's freaking insane. It's rare.
Well, if not a redemption story for the villain, at least a happy ending for the
or if not even
hero and the love interest.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, if everybody dies, which is sometimes the case in reality, it's for a Western reader, it's not. It's a very disappointing story because you wanted somebody to actually win.
Yeah.
And life sometimes.
Everybody loses.
Yeah. Life sometimes throws at you that everybody freaking dies.
Right.
Yeah.
We did run through a bit of that back in the late 60s, I believe, with the anti-heroes and the...
yeah, but... Yeah. And anti-heroes are very, very complex
I mean, I'm thinking
concept.
of... I can't think of the name of the movie with Catherine Ross and Sam Elliott. But they went to her family home, and it turned out that her relatives were Satanists or witches or something, and they're trying to stay alive. And at the end, they're the only two left alive. And instead of it being them being heroes, she's taking over the coven.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay.
Now that's different from the original Night of the Living Dead movie, where the black guy saves as many people as possible. Then the white folks come up and shoot his ass.
Yeah.
Sorry to give you a spoiler warning for a 50-year-old movie, but...
Well, I just saw it for the first time a couple of months ago, so I'm good now.
I don't plan on ever seeing it.
Seriously, so. It's like you get the stereotypical Southern sheriff shooting a black guy and going, one more for the bonfire. But this was the hero of the story all along, up until
They took
2
him out.
seconds before the movie ended.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's about as close as Western culture is going to
And
get.
it wasn't that just so much more impactful than it just being like,
Yeah.
and we all lived happily ever after, and the sheriff wasn't there. Like,
You don't
Yes,
really
it was
get
more
happily ever
impactful.
after when it comes to zombies, though.
no, but you know what I mean. Like if they'd just let him go, that moment became so much more emotional because to you, this was the guy. He did it. You know, you have this thing. Oh well, he's gonna win, and
He
he
doesn't.
doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it has a much harder emotional impact, whether you're a crier or not. But that'll stick with you forever.
Yeah.
And that's how everything should be written.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind next time I write a romance. Everybody dies.
Everybody does.
Rocks fall, everyone dies.
Every genre, it doesn't matter. It could be horror, it could be whatever. Yep, all of it. Like
Nobody
on
wins.
Korra, dead on Korra. That's it. Like,
Zombies
Yeah,
on Korra.
Core overheat. Just, massive supernova. It's fine. Fusion reactor just breaking down.
think we're getting
We can do
silly.
this. It has never been this white on Korra.
Oh,
Supernova saves you like at least 4 pages of art because you got to turn it for impacts. It's nothing but like bright white pages.
Just white pages on white pages.
No, the line work on this is amazing.
And then a couple of panels that are just completely white,
Right.
broken off because you've zoomed in, and it's still bright white.
and the last page is this big kaboom written in Comic Sans. Oh, the company I work for just came out with a new company logo. The font is Comic Sans.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Someone in Paris at the headquarters of the company thought
So it looks like it was
Comic Sans
designed by an
was a
8-year-old.
good font to use for their new logo. I'm going somewhere. What little soul I had left is screaming its death throes. Good.
I like Comic Sans.
I'm glad I only have a little bit to go before retirement. This is self-destruction on an industrial scale.
Okay.
God.
So
Oh, how sharper than a serpent's tooth.
Comic
Seriously.
Sans is not something anything professional should have. It has got comic in the name for a good reason.
I know.
That being said, Comic Sans is approachable. If you're going to use it for fun in something, that is what it's made for.
Decorating an elementary school classroom.
Exactly. Is it fun to read? Is it easy to read?
Right.
No. There are better comic fonts than Comic Sans. It is awful to read from a lettering standpoint.
Oh my god.
Still, if I were ever to apply for another job, guess what my resume is going to be printed in? Because I am just that big an asshole.
But you are an asshole.
I
Oh,
figured it would be funny.
It's going to be printed in this, right?
yeah.
No, of course not.
No, actually, if I were to be true to form, it would probably be written in Sindarin or Quenya Tolkien runes. And I'm going, if you can't read this, you ain't educated enough to hire me.
Oh my god.
Really?
No, I'm just gonna write it in this because yes, this is a font.
Oh, so you're the
Yes,
you're the
Dan?
one sending all of those things to the San Francisco newspapers, pretending to be the Zodiac killer, because that's the thing that he used for his codes.
That is impossible because this font is made specifically for Latin Cora, and I turned it into a font myself.
Brilliant.
Actually, there's two fonts. But
That's right.
yeah.
Innocent until proven guilty.
I'm from the Netherlands. I don't have the money to go to the United States every other year.
Where were
every
you?
serial killer
Where were
ever.
you 70 years ago? Were you anywhere near San Francisco?
Okay, fine. I die all this. It's not original. It's gray by now.
Oh dear! I think I killed Aunt Donna again.
Day cream is my savior right here.
Oh Lord!
So instead of 30, you're turning 100.
Oh, jeez.
Don't tell anyone.
Okay.
Oh, it was so dark. There were so many.
See, this is what cannibalistic blood does to you. It makes you younger again. That's why it's illegal.
And that's why you keep doing it.
That's why his hair still has a color.
Elizabeth Bathory's in the family.
Oh my God, I was so going there. Oh,
Naturally,
she's still walled up somewhere.
yeah.
They've never taken that brick wall down from the doorway.
Oh boy.
For the
And I
love of
say
God,
we leave that
Montresor.
shit there. Just let it be.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Now, see, this is the kind of humor you can create with random word association, or random fact association, or random history association. Folks, if you're watching this later, after 4.5 hours of us,
Nothing but respect to you.
Yeah.
really, you're a glutton for punishment, but the punchlines are well worth the wait. Let me tell you. Last Man Standing's finest hour, or finest 4.5 hours. Brian is going to be really upset at having to top us again. Oh Lord.
Carl will probably be up in another 30 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
won't be
and
long, and I'll have to go cook breakfast. They'll be stirring.
And he'll just walk in there and go, "You're still on? I ain't watching this one." Might take me 3 days, but no, I ain't watching this one.
Yeah, too much longer, and I'll have to work here in the office until Misty actually gets up. Because if I go out there, it'll wake the dogs up, and they'll start going off early.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom through the bedroom because Lindsay's asleep in the living room with the dog. And if I go down the hallway and go to the actual bathroom door, I'm gonna wake one of them up. And my money's on the dog, and that's gonna wake her up. So Lindsay up. So, I'm too smart for that shit. This ain't my first rodeo.
Surprised Calvin hasn't woken Carl up already.
Oh, and Calvin was the one that told him to go to bed.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but if I get up around this time of night to use the bathroom, when I get back to bed, because I have to come down the hallway. My room does not have a bathroom, but his bedroom is en suite, and so is my office.
Yeah.
By the time I get back to my bed, I'm kind of awake, so I'm sitting on the side of the bed going, do I want to lay down or not? And Calvin would come in and go, oh, you're up. That means Daddy needs to be up.
Feed me, Seymour.
Feed me all night long.
There's a
don't
spot in
get-
the center of my bowl with no food in it.
No, they don't
Really?
get fed until 10 or 11. He will get some treats, or they will. I need to make up to Charcoal because she didn't get her egg yolk today.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah. Let me never introduce that to Shelby. I will never be able to eat an egg again.
Lindsay
Speaking
can
of
do-
eggs, I'm about to go scramble about 2 dozen, so I'm gonna catch you guys later.
Yeah.
Well, Nita, I am
Yo.
very glad you joined us tonight
Oh
because
yes,
I tried to
lo-
behave myself.
you've
I mean, except
done
for the name
wonderfully.
thing, I should have changed that before I came in. But other than that,
Oh.
I only said fuck like 3 times, so that's a record, right?
What's
Four.
I usually beat that before 9:00. So
I was gonna say, like, you're fine. You're
All
fine.
right, have a great one, guys. I'll talk to
Take
you
it
later.
easy.
Okay.
anytime, Nita, anytime.
Yeah, I should go and have breakfast as well. Because it's nearly the middle of the day for me. And I've been up since 7 in the morning.
Yeah, it's what
I
11:30.
will be up at 7 in the morning in about an hour and a half. Oh, I'm glad it's Sunday. At least I don't have to go to work for several hours.
I have a feeling that after Carl gets back from the scavenger hunt, he'll be having to put things away by himself.
Oh, you'll
Yeah.
never find anything.
Thankfully, Monday is a holiday for the firm, so
Oh yeah,
Lucky you.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Cryptid Crunch will be on
tonight.
later tonight. Thankfully, I've
What,
already got it. I've already got it on the
15 and a half hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. I'm not mentally
8 Central?
capable of doing
8
math.
Central, yes. 7
But,
Eastern.
I hope it's just Willow and Keisha so they can have fun.
Oh,
Yeah.
Johnny on Grimm. Oh, that. Oh,
Johnny is grim.
I'm sorry, but
Mm-hmm.
as much as I value that person as a mind to be reckoned with,
he needs to take his dial off of 11.
Yeah.
well, he needs to stop turning everything into pop cultural references and just let Willow and Keisha do the show. It's about cryptids, not about breakfast
Flesh-
cereal.
Or flesh animals or games or.
Yeah, really. Or about what they were doing on a Johnny Quest cartoon 50 years ago. No, it
Well,
would have
I
been
mean, if-
70 years ago.
If the cryptid in question is featured in that, then yeah, I can understand bringing
Well,
that
yeah,
in.
but
he
seriously,
makes it weird.
do we need to have everything tied into Captain Crunch or whatever it is?
Yeah, going all the way back to cereal and stuff like that gets weird.
Yeah,
Um,
and not talking about the actual urban legends about the creature that you're supposed to be talking
Yeah,
about.
and the girls are trying to do that, and and that's why I watch the show is because is even as often as they go off the rails, they do.
Or Dolores interrupts.
Well, I mean, Dolores is a cryptid, but nobody seems to realize that yet. I mean, she's basically a living version of the haunted doll from Florida.
Yeah.
yeah, I sent Nick my little write up of what type of cryptid I think he is.
Oh boy.
And I'm also working on a short for it too.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh,
Are we gonna have to wait to hear Nick's take on this, or are you gonna tell us what kind of cryptid you think he is?
Okay, so new type of cryptid. Actually, let me go over towards here, and I can read it to you. Word actually, no, it's faster to get to it here. Oh hey, why are you not loading?
I mean, we already know that he is an urban legend.
Oh yeah.
And actually, that idea is what spawned the idea for the short. But basically, the Tide Master. Appearance, human or very near human. Type, Fey. Court, either, although Summer's more prominent. Tide Masters, general neutral, are a rare Fey that are hard to detect, though an affinity for water is acute in many of the Tide Masters, sorry, let me rephrase that. Though an affinity for water is acute in many, comma, the tides they manipulate are actually the tides of the soul. They have a talent for raising passion in a crowd, either in support or opposition of certain things. Some very notorious tide masters were enslaved in Germany in the late 1930s through the 1940s. Often tide masters are found in service of powerful rulers and politicians. Often you'll hear them quip, "A rising tide lifts all ships." You can often find tide masters hiding among creative types as they try to motivate them. Not quite a muse, more like a muse's very talented understudy. Tell me that does not fit Brian and Nick.
I'm too busy stomping my feet on the floor. That's the only kind of applause you can give that kind of pun. Oh my,
That is awesome.
yes, it is.
Oh dear.
Oh my
dear.
God,
I can't wait to hear the reaction.
Richie,
Yeah.
He liked it.
we've got to get you published. You are
He felt it was very impressive. So, because I've already submitted it to him.
Gee.
oh my goodness.
But yeah, tell me tell me that's not Brian. Tell me that's not Nick.
Oh my. No, that's perfect.
And
It also fits so much of the world and explains so much.
This would fit Michaela too, to a certain extent.
ooh, hadn't considered that before. Wow. No, Daniel, not even here. You cannot say that.
Oh.
Not even this time of day. The cameras are still rolling. And my God, don't ever even think that in the vicinity of Michaela. She's Faye. She can read minds.
Glamour is everything.
Oh,
What?
it's not a matter mere glamour. It's affinity. Oh
Oh
Lord,
my.
only a folklorist is going to understand what I just said. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I've been
Mm.
hanging out with academics too much. Um,
Oh dear.
and next week, if there is a next week, uh,
If we managed to get that far.
I think we've come a bridge too far already. Um, oh, Dan, shut up! You're quoting stuff. Arg! I hate it when I do that, but I love it when I do that. There's a reason why the my editor for the Spaceport Bar Stories thought that she could not understand all of the literary references that I drop into the stories, and I'm going, oh, don't worry about the literary references. Worry about the cultural references that they're too subtle for you to get. Um,
Ouch.
oh, seriously. Well, thankfully, it never got that far because she had to she had to drop out of the project so that she could get her own book published, and I had to finish the editing by myself. And naturally, I missed at least one typo per story. But
Yeah.
in the second edition, those will be fixed, and there will be additional text where I can insert brand new typos that nobody's ever seen before, and probably will wish they'd never seen the first time once they read it. Um, none of the stories will be structurally changed, thematically changed. Structurally, they may be just a little bit different, but I doubt seriously anybody will notice except for the new typos. Uh, oh God, I really need to write the second book of those. Um, trouble is, those stories take a great deal of inspiration to be able to flow, and it's such a intertwined universe that if I don't make it work, it's going to come off as cash grab. You know, it's
Yeah.
not my best effort,
Yeah.
and I know my readers, all five of them. So I've got to do my best work. Otherwise, they're not going to laugh at the right place. They may not laugh at all, and on the ones that aren't funny, they're not going to go. I never thought of that before. Seriously, no, that well, that's the way I work. It's either a historical reference, a literary reference, a joke, or something designed to make you think. And the hardest one to get across is designed to make you think.
Yeah.
So that's more of a cultural commentary sort of thing. And I rarely do that because it is one of the most difficult things I find to write. I can comment on culture all the time, but working it into a story that makes sense and is not obviously pandering is very difficult.
Yeah.
Um, I'm much more fond of the literary and historical references. Um, Oh, there's one. There's one of the Spaceport Bar stories that is still online as a freebie on Aphelion. That was the last one I was working on when my first publisher said, "Okay, we got enough. You don't need any more. I'm going with what you got." I'm going, I haven't finished the story yet. He goes, "We don't need it. We got enough words."
Um,
Okay.
that's
I'm
how it
still going to
works.
finish the story. And I just said, "Look, I'll finish the story and I'm going to put it online as a freebie for people to read that have never encountered my stuff before. And here's something they don't have to pay for. If they think this is interesting, they'll get the
Yeah.
book."
That's a little appetizer to point the way.
Yeah. And it a superficial reading would think this alien first contact story was basically just the build up to a punchline. Instead, it is a very, very careful study of a lot of the classical first contact stories with a heroic narrator who runs up against a very difficult first contact situation and ingeniously figures a a humorous way to make it work. That also is a lead up to a punchline. Um, believe me, sometimes the joke is all there is, folks, and this is not one of those cases. It's all the way through. It's a really, really good story. I've got to think that the more of these that I write, the better I get.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the point behind doing things over and over again. You get better.
Now there's one in the book that I think is an outstanding example of the locked room mystery, but it takes place on a ship. Nobody can get on, nobody can get off. Crime has been committed. Somebody that has nothing to do with being an investigator is asked to investigate because they're
Yeah.
famous.
Yeah.
And then it goes through several mystery tropes that ends in the proverbial "this would never work in the real world." Round up all the usual suspects and let me say smart ass things to them until one of them breaks down and confesses.
Yeah.
Of course.
Now I've got to admit I drew as much from Sherlock Holmes as I did from Nick and Nora Charles. Now, no, the Sherlock Holmes story is totally different. I researched everything Conan Doyle ever wrote and every pastiche of Sherlock Holmes that I had ever been able to lay my hands on. And I read it and read it and read it and read it till I could write in Watson's voice. And I did a damn good job of that.
Mm-hmm.
I will not take no for an answer. That is one of the best Dr.
Nice.
Watson voices that I have read in anybody's work. So I'm proud of Alizarin Crimson. That's a very good story. I like that. But
I think Donna is starting to fall asleep.
Oh yeah. Well, I have that
Yep.
effect on women.
Nope. Oh, it's 5 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah, I
Yep.
think it's about time we need to shut down because I actually have to go and get myself some breakfast.
Yes.
Yes.
It's been a
Um,
fun night, guys.
Oh, definitely.
Thank you all for being here.
It's been a blast
always.
as always.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and I appreciate it so much. Otherwise, I'd just be sitting here talking to myself, and I'm running out of voice.
Yeah.
Good night, Gracie.
Good night, Gracie.
Good night.
Good night, lovelies.
Oh.
Transmission overload.
System will shut down.
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 Transmission overload.
System will shut down. System will shut down. System will shut down.
Oh, son of a gun. You thought I was going to say son of a bitch, didn't you?